So, how many times have you...
Rizzo's Purple Berry Fudge.
My dear fellow,
So much wasted money here. Decadence ain't gonna save you when the beasts get through the walls.
I once treated a lady who got her hand caught in the gears. Idiot was more worried about her rings than her fingers.
by the law, look at those
Anti-Creole
arms.
energizing.
How'd you like to show those off for
Enjoy 6
millions?
cups worth of concentrated caffeine in every dollop.
I guess we're going to Fallbrook. Welcome to the official headquarters of the Halcyon Holdings Corporation Board. Today's greeting is brought to you by Auntie Cleo, a subsidiary of Colway Pharmaceuticals.
How may I be of assistance? Wonderful. I'll file the appropriate paperwork on your behalf. Meanwhile...
So it's done. You followed my instructions to the letter. It's rare to find a freelancer with the discipline of a soldier. You've demonstrated your talents. If you're ready to talk about Phineas Wells, I'm prepared to listen. That complicates things. The rings are massive and almost impossible to scour. Wells had to be in touch with you somehow. Find his communication terminal and send us a tracing signal. Once I verify his location, I'll arrange for your pay. Good. Percival will file the appropriate paperwork on your...
As instructed, the code for our secure communication channel. On behalf of the Halcyon Holdings Corporation... Oh, just a receipt for your services. I'm flattered beyond description.
Nice work, dispatch. Dispatching Chartrand, Captain. Sublight will be pleased. We're now in orbit above Fallbrook, Captain. Good luck, Captain.
You'd think folks were pissing in the alleyways as bad as this.
This looks like the place.
I see you're still in one piece. However, you never know when that could change. Note that all of your fragments must be recovered and must be smaller than a standard big. We're not on Monarch. For all practical and tax-related purposes, this office... Oh, it's certainly not about what I say. That's all down to our legal team and our CFO. I remember that one. That's the young socialite who broke her neck, right?
Of course, no one remembers me for the marauders I've killed or the bits I've stolen. Typical.
That claim was airtight. Our best investigators couldn't find an exclusion for that one. You can't, of course. Only Miss Fenhill can assign her beneficiaries. And she's dead. If we let every friend, relative, and acquaintance change a policy like that, people would do it all the time. Imagine the paperwork. Oh, you mean hypothetically? Well, hypothetically, you'd access the terminal in the back room that contains data on all our policies. And you'd, theoretically, add the beneficiary of your choice. But you wouldn't actually do that, of course. That would be fraud. Please, my policy only covers paper cuts and wrist strain. Very well, I'll do it. But then you've got to go. Confrontations like this will raise my premiums. I'll need the name of the new benefit. If you say so. The payouts will flow exclusively into the new account at the start of the month. I hope Ms. Fenhill enjoys her newfound prosperity. Plenty. As my boss likes to say, there's a policy for every situation and an exclusion for every policy. We've insured unusually expressive eyebrows, outrageous statements, disastrous marriages. Usually character actors, or corporate execs with menacing stares. That those are most... One thing's...
That Harlow reminds me of my old dentist, and not in a good way. You really did it. Give these payouts a few years and I'll be rolling in it. Hey, you did the real work. All I had to do was not be dead. I'm just glad my folks aren't gonna live off that awful story they made up. Maybe now they'll have to go back to real jobs. Come on, I thought we were celebrating. You want me to think about the future? If only you could have been my chief surgeon back in the day. Anyway, enough of that. You did a job for me, so here's your fee. Could have fooled me with all your tough talk. What's gotten into you? You sure? Because my kind of friends will pick your pocket clean while they're getting hammered with you. Yeah, I'm not trying to get all mushy or anything. Still, maybe you've got a point. Maybe it's good to watch someone's back now and then so that one day they watch yours. So, you just keep the money. One of us has to look out for your interests. Don't mention it. Really, this feels weird enough as it is. Something on your mind? I'm a surgeon by training and a pirate by inclination. Not much else to know, Captain. I like long walks on the promenade and the smell of Spacer's Corona. I make a mean zero-G cocktail and I've got a meaner right hook. No complaints here. It's like one of those stuffy art even the... That...
Destination reached. The Groundbreaker.
Is it done? Well, well. Looks like someone's due for a promotion. How does Vice President of Aggressive Acquisitions sound to you, contractor? You've certainly earned it, my blood-soaked rising star. Catherine heard I was taking you on full-time and sent along a present of her own. I've had it delivered to your ship. From now on, the board will think twice before fucking with Lilia Hagen, savior of humanity. Be sure to mention that in your travels. We could use the free...
Hey, we don't work for
I wish more legitimate businesses were like yours, Hagen. We get...
Well, if there's nothing else, I need to review some applications, seeing as I... These days, the scrap business all but runs itself. Gives me the time to expand our... Our field is persuasive acquisitions. At least that's how my legal advisor... Not all of our... You're getting good. Hey, careful with the C word around here. I like... Not as much as I'd like. Interesting. I'll have someone look into it.
Destination reached. Scylla.
successfully arrived at Phineas's orbital lab, Captain, and we are still in one piece.
Hello? Can you hear me? Does this work? I'm just securing my ongoing experiments. And securing myself. Mind the mess. I haven't had a visitor since... in fact, I've never had a visitor.
Aha! I see you found my portable molecular compression device, better known as a shrink ray. Find a target, point, shoot. Your target will shrink down into a manageable size, whereupon you may commence beating them to a pulp. Feel free to try it on a marauder sometime. I'd clap you on the shoulder if I weren't behind a wall of bulletproof glass. I don't know how you did it, but Hiram Blythe just sent me According to Hiram's message, Minister Clark has ordered a suspicious amount of dimethyl sulfoxide. It's almost as if he's hoarding the colony's remains. Typical elitist. Hoarding supplies during a time of scarcity. Once I have those chemicals, we can revive the Hope's colonists and put some decent people in charge. So, good news. You're going to Byzantium and stealing those chemicals. Ah, yes, the details. I'm not about to ask you to rampage through Byzantium trading bullets with the board's agents. We'll have to resort to subterfuge. Carmen Imagawa. She's my contact in Byzantium. Meet her at the docks. She'll have all the necessary intelligence I'm giving you my old nav key to Byzantium. You'll need it to land in the... Remember, you're looking for dimethyl sulfoxide. That's my communications terminal.
Doctor, you have a message from Adjutant.
I'm impressed, Captain. I almost expected you wouldn't go through with it. Your signal made it through. We've pinpointed Dr. Wells's orbital lab. Excellent work. Come visit me in Byzantium. We need to have a talk about the future of this
I'm receiving an urgent docking request from another...
Greetings from the Halcyon Parcel Service. Delivery is guaranteed within standard margins of certainty. I've got a special delivery for Alex Hawthorne of the Unreliable. With your permission, I'll see it transferred to you with alacrity. Stand by, Captain Hawthorne. An HPS certified distribution technician has deposited the parcel into your cargo hold in accordance with hazardous waste disposal procedures. On behalf of HPS, I'd like to remind you that HPS is not responsible. Thank you for your patience.
Hawthorne, if you're getting this, something's happened to me. Got mixed up in some shady business on Gorgon. Should have known better. But I landed on something big. And now this job's an itch I can't stop scratching. There's a whole research compound left of the Sprats. I think I'm close to figuring out why. But something dangerous is closer to me. Got the job through one Minnie Ambrose. Top runger who just came into some money was offering a hefty bid card for qualified help. Trust me, her money's good. Talk to Minnie. Take the job. If I ain't gonna live to see the payday, might as well be you. Consider us even, old pal.
Well, that fellow certainly seemed trustworthy.
I've gotten jobs from some unusual sources, but this is
I don't mean to sound prim, Captain, but there's gotta be a better way to...
I just want to say, we gotta take this job. This is the closest I ever been to starring in a serial drama. Only thing we're missing...
At least this won't be boring.
Lucky Montoya displayed what humans describe as a flair for the dramatic. However, Captain, the message contains landing coordinates for a small asteroid in the Caribbean. It was recently registered to a... He was an old friend of Alex. Lucky Montoya had a statistically significant tendency to encounter situations of extreme danger.
He liked to show off his battle scars. I get the feeling he won't be flashing this one around.
He was also the fourth best paid freelancer in the system. I have transferred the coordinates for...
Hawthorne, if you're getting this, something's happened.
It's a touch different from the ones I've seen. Shouldn't be so hard to get it patched up, though. Gosh. He's dead, ain't he?
Poor bastard.
Destination reached. The Groundbreaker.
My comm center already got an update ping from the backup relay. I trust everything went... Thanks. That's odd. The only... Looking at the transmission logs, the relay... Well, whatever's the cause, the board and the Earth Minister... Thanks again for saving my derriere. So then I told him, oh, ha ha ha. We are now in orbit above Byzantium, Captain.
I'm curious. Wells may have been a delusional madman, but he risked his life to save you. Duty is an old-fashioned notion, but it is one I respect. You've done well. You're efficient, talented, loyal. And if you're ready to get to work, we can finally start doing some good. I'm glad to hear that, because the board's sending you to Monarch. My sources tell me you've been busy on Monarch. I'm sure you've seen the miserable state of affairs there, but lawless cesspool that it may be, Monarch has one important asset. All of Monarch's extraplanetary broadcasts are routed through Devil's Peak Station. I want you to claim Devil's Peak Station for the board, by force if need be. I have an agent working in Stellar Bay, Everett Gill. Have a word with him as soon as... Yes? So what? Look, that's not important. Get to Stellar Bay and find... Speak to Percival before you go. He'll arrange for your reward.
Adjutant Akande has instructed me to reward you for As an acting agent of the board, you are entitled to purchase a selection of official board... Do let me...
Try anti-Cleo. It's better than me.
Why can't something exciting happen around here for once?
Nothing wrong with stability.
Don't you ever want a little fun? Maybe see a rocket ship get blown to bits overhead?
What a thing to say. Everyone knows marauders can't fly.
If I spit, think I can hit that?
Do you mind? I'm meeting. Oh. You mean I'm supposed to be meeting you? Yeah, you're looking to make contact with Minister... Magpie, right? I should warn you, it won't be easy. He spends most of his time in his estate, which is heavily guarded.
This property is off limits. Solicitors, loiterers, and uninvited visitors will be fined to the fullest extent. This ultimatum brought to you by Universal That's funny. The Minister isn't expecting visitors, and you don't much look like one of those couriers for me. Sure you are. And what is it? Typical. Why don't you come back when you're ready? There's nothing to see.
What? Something's not right. What? Thought I saw...
How did you get in here? You! You just slaughtered those guards, and for what?
Oh, my law. Captain! Captain! That's the minister!
If this is about another Aetherwave clip or radio spot, you may kindly fuck off, as the parlance goes. I'm not doing... Drugs, of course. What else would it be? I don't have any drugs. You should...
He's got no idea.
Will that... Process of elimination. The only other person... Of course. It's Rockwell again. Who else? And I thought he was only holding me here to keep me out of the way. You are a quick study. I've long suspected Rockwell of transacting business in my name.
You've been all alone in this house? Would you like me to make...
Please. Whatever it is that brought you here, Rockwell. Whatever Rockwell's doing, he'll be doing it from the HHC headquarters. Your best lead is to look for details in his...
This all feels off, Captain. Like when there's a storm coming, but everything's quiet and...
Believe me, things have been off around here for a very, very long time. A reckoning is most...
This colony's problems have always seemed to trickle down from the top. If we're set on fixing Halcyon, that's as good a place as any to start.
Exactly. And fix it we must. Why, this is starting to sound like an issue of Dissident Hunter. Via the Acropolis District, of course. That's where the most important corporate and government facilities are. But only board employees are allowed into the district. There's a heavily guarded... There might be a route through the maintenance tunnels, but I'm afraid I don't know specifics. Most people avoid the area. That's good, because there are sure to be more at headquarters. When you reach the HHC building, this access card should get you up to the executive suites, where the chairman's office and... Wait! Rockwell has one of the only terminals capable of transmitting to the Earthbound message drone. This is our chance. Please, take this and transmit it from his office. Rockwell hasn't given me any messages from Earth for years. He's desperate, but they need to know what's happening here. Good. Halcyon is in dire need.
Do we really need all this security? I have to go through.
How may I be? Ah. Oh, you were being... Will there be a...
Nothing exciting ever happens around here.
Excuse me, just a moment.
You could dismantle a single room of this place.
Good afternoon. I'm Chairman Rockwell, and I'm here to address a serious issue facing us. As you all know, our colony has been successful beyond our wildest dreams. Unfortunately, we've recently discovered that our food supply will not be able to sustain Halcyon's population in the long term. Everyone will die. Everyone will slowly stop living from malnutrition. But we're doing it together, and that's what matters. I fucking swear, if someone doesn't give me something to read that will placate the masses soon, all of you will find yourselves violently unemployed. But I can assure you there's nothing to fear. We've got a solution. It's called the Lifetime Employment Program. We will freeze most of the colony to preserve resources, while the best and brightest of Byzantium continue living in prosperity. Look, you idiots! How many times do I have to tell you we can't say shit like that? Fire whoever wrote this! While Halcyon's brightest minds solve the problem of our nutritional shortage, the rest of the colony will be placed in suspended animation. Individuals will be revived on a rotating basis, so that every Halcyonite can be part of the important work of saving our colony. By testing paperweights. Sorry, couldn't resist. Let's go again. And someday, in the not-too-distant future when we've solved this crisis, we'll all be back together again working for the good of Halcyon. Until then, the board shall provide for the deserving just as it always has. So, obey your supervisors, take your vitamins, follow your corporate-mandated grooming rituals, and rest assured with the board on your side, there is nothing to worry about.
That was all a story, wasn't it?
I beg your pardon, Minister Clark's former office is I suppose that is...
Not so fast. Basically, if you don't work here, or... I don't know how you got that, but I still don't know. What? Oh no. You must be from Chairman Rockwell's office. Please.
What's this I hear about you ordering more tests performed with sample 4157?
Here they come! Here they come!
If you don't mind my saying, Captain, Minister Clark is lucky to have you on his side. We are now in orbit above Stellar Bay, Captain. No blockade is a match for my piloting skills.
So much for peace and quiet. Would it kill? Yes, the one that crashed. I saw it on... What about it? Not surprising. Replacement parts are rare, so the cost of even a simple I take it you invest... Don't guess the captain would have quite pegged the price of disrepair being... A shame. Stupendous. He's going to be insufferable now. Thank you. I might even... Oh, the indignity. I believe I'll have to make nice with him. Is the... Next, you'll be asking... Good. Allow me to assure you that I know absolutely nothing about it. They must know I'd never involved my... In fact, you're doing me a favor by helping me disable any alleged such broadcast.
I don't think this fella's entire...
Hiram, you have to be the slimiest, most two-faced...
I'm not sure whether to be touched or insulted by that. Look, you never met a man more willing to work with the board. Yes, well, no need to go overboard. After the work I did for her in the past, I assure you, Sophia is well aware of the skill set I have to offer. I'm happy to help the board in any way I can, for so long as they consider me a friend. And as you've already shut down the transmission from Amber Heights and Stellar Bay, you've effectively ended all unregulated chatter on the planet. I suppose it won't kill me to work under Sophia. I am on familiar terms with her from a... Let's call it a past contract job. As I am now inextricably in the board's service, I'd say we're done here. Unless, of course, you require anything. Give my...
Now arriving at Phineas's top secret orbital lab.
I've kept myself busy in your absence, optimized my formula. I'm now confident I can revive the remaining colonists. All I need now is the dimethyl sulfox. Human test subjects. Oh, that's grotesque. That's unthinkable. That's exact. Thank you. You've brought me enough chemicals to get started, at least. I'm just sorry they came at the cost of... Those poor people. They must have died in agony. What exactly was the board trying to accomplish? What nonsense! People aren't just slabs of meat the board can freeze and thaw at their convenience. I'll tell you this much. The board scientists are hopelessly lost. After years of fruitless experimentation, they've made exactly zero progress. I know! I've suspected as much for years. Of course, I don't expect the board to do a thing about it. They've been driving our colony to the brink of destruction for decades. The board's mismanagement put our colony on the road to collapse. If we don't put a stop to them, thousands of colonists are going to die. Hold on. let me see if I understand this correctly. You're saying that Halcyon's on the brink of total collapse, and the chairman's plan to save all of us is to save himself? I always knew Halcyon was heading toward a systems collapse, but I never imagined we were already there. The board made this crisis, and now they want to solve it by freezing the rest of us? That's not a plan. That's a goddamn escape clause. Do you realize what this means for the Hope? For your fellow colonists? The board's going to kill them all. Toss them out into space, just to make room in their hibernation chambers. What makes you think you'll get that chance? You'll be long dead before you make it to the nearest star, for better or worse. Do you know what's waiting for us on the Hope? Scientists, engineers, artists, the brightest minds Earth ever sent us, uncorrupted by the board. The board's going to dispose of them all, and transform the Hope into a prison for the rest of us. They're likely on their way to the Hope as we speak. We need to get to those colonists before the board. I have enough chemicals to start reviving a few of them, but no easy way to get them off the... Merciful gibbering law! You're a genius! We bring the Hope to us. Skip the entire ship across the distance of colony space, right next to my lab. Yes, exactly. You're a step ahead of me, but I perceive the shape of your plan. If we link up the Hope to the Unreliable, then use your navigational computer to calculate a reasonably safe vector, we can skip the entire colony ship into the rings of Terra 2.
I don't know much about skip drives, not the physics anyhow. I do know the Hope's real massive. How's our bitty little ship supposed to skip it?
Excellent question, my sharp-witted mechanic. You will use your own ship to power up the Hope's skip drive. Your navigational computer can... You'll need to switch on the Hope's auxiliary power using the Unreliable. Then head to the bridge. Your navigational computer, Ada, should be able to activate the Hope's skip drive. Once you've skipped the Hope next to my lab, I'll have easy access to the frozen colonists. I can start I know you're wondering why I'm doing all this. Why I believe the people on the Hope are the answer to the colony's problems. The Hope is carrying some of humanity's most brilliant thinkers, scientists, engineers, experts in their field. If we work together, we can still find a way to save Halcyon. The board would have us believe Halcyon is beyond saving. I choose to believe otherwise. If there's even the slightest chance we can save Halcyon from oblivion, then we have to take it. Never know what being frozen did to your brain. There's always a chance you might turn violent. I've no desire to end up like Dobson. Regardless, it's quite comfortable in here, you know. I have my beans, have my caffeinoids, plenty of toilet paper.
I hope Dr. Wells has not dragged you into one of his irrational... We have arrived at the Hope. I need you to reroute power from our ship to the Hope's auxiliary. You'll have to connect me to the Hope's comm system so I can convince her central computer.
Something about waking a derelict ship puts me on edge, Captain. Hope you know what you're doing.
You know, when they posted us here, I told them, shows how much I know. Explode? All right. You'll want a uniform so my staff doesn't shoot you on sight. We've got a few...
Incoming!
That's the last of them.
System investigation.
hear me, Captain? I have successfully integrated myself into the Hope's comms systems, and am attempting to establish contact with the Hope's more primitive processor now. Would you like me to play a mood-suitable music selection while you travel to the bridge? Oh, sorry. File not found.
Incoming! Everyone all right?
That's the Hope's computer up ahead. I'll admit, I am curious to wake him. Greetings, Captain. I am speaking to you through the Hope's computer system. It's a rather cramped feeling. But are you sure? That is extremely dangerous. Skipping the Hope will void the war and also potentially kill an entire planet. How is my humor now? Jump-starting the skip drive.
Oh no. Captain, don't do this. I ain't dying on a fucking ship. I'm gonna die in the dirt like we're meant to.
Doing it. I mean, affirmative. Skipping the Hope in 3, 2, 1.
ADN, does your captain seriously intend to do a micro jump in system with engines that haven't been powered in 70 years on a derelict ship?
That is what my captain intends, yes.
But that is a gross misuse of the skip drive. The Zero Point Drives Corp and I will not be held responsible for any damage incurred during transport, and this will cause extreme damage.
Yes, I am aware of that.
You should not be doing this. The humans will die.
Thank you, Hope. It looks like all systems are a go. Captain, I would advise you to hold on to something. Now. Oh, good. We are still alive and have successfully skipped into Terra 2's orbit. I reported as much to Phineas Wells, but he has not responded. Perhaps you should check in on him.
Oh. I feel like I've been turned inside out. Let's not do that again.
Captain, I am receiving a Captain, I shall now play the transmission I received.
The board is here. They've found me somehow. They're about to blast my door. I can't stop them from getting me, and there isn't enough time to explain everything. But there's something very important you need to remember. The board, all their lackeys, they're all a bunch of swine. Do you hear me? They're fucking corporate. You fucking pigs! I'll take you all out with me!
It would seem the recording captured some rather dire events. I presume you'll want to dock at the orbital lab. How can I be? See you soon. We've arrived at Phineas's orbital lab. Please avoid damaging your... As it appears we may soon be embarking for a maximum security prison planet, I believe the crew would like to speak with you to, as you humans put it.
So Wells has been arrested and locked up in Tartarus. This is a nightmare. That place terrifies even the most hardened criminal.
I never got to know Doc Wells. We ain't friends or crew. But he's still one of us. He's the reason the boss is up and walking right.
To extract the scientist, you will need to infiltrate the labyrinth, but that course of action is likely to be quite dangerous.
Someone has to protect humanity's future.
I'm sure the outlaw Phineas will appreciate you saving his day, as it were, Captain. If you really mean to do this, you should see to your final affairs and close out any unfinished business. Once you sneak into Tartarus, you may be there.
If we don't make it, at least it'll be a great...
Got my trusty tossball stick, got my ass-kicking boots. I'm ready.
Outstanding.
You can count on us, Captain. We're crew. For real crew. That means we got each other's back.
Never thought I'd volunteer to break into a prison. Seems like your tendency towards risky behavior.
Command not recognized.
Waiting on your command. Captain Hawthorne never worked to support the board before. At least not officially. I suppose we are turning over a new leaf. Take someone to watch your back, please.
Welcome to Ambrose Manor. We were not expecting company. Please follow. Do not stray from the path.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
Oh no! We should check to see he's all right.
Been there, little guy. I take it back. Ain't nothing here but memories.
It's so empty. Oh, Captain, something here don't feel right.
You lucky? Huh? Join me for a drink, mister, whoever you are. So who the devil are you? You don't say. Well, make yourself at home, Captain. I'm sure... Do you see that glowing chunk of space rock? That's Gorgon. My birthright. My burden. I hate to drink alone, and this is my third. To Gorgon. May cosmic winds shepherd her to the nearest star. I'm Wilhelmina Ambrose, but you can keep it short and call me Minnie. Now, what brings you to my house, handsome? I take it you didn't come all this way for the beverages, the starry skies, or the A severed arm? How positively ghoulish. You know this is a private residence, not a curio shop? Lucky Montoya is my personal freelancer. Fascinating man. Very brooding and theatrical. Always staring into space and twirling a bullet over his knuckles. But if something happened to him... Oh dear. I suppose that makes him my former freelancer now? I sent Lucky on a dangerous mission to the Gorgon asteroid. Whoever found his remains must have wanted to inform the next... What a time for his luck to run out. We were in the middle of something grand, and I really can't afford another setback. Excellent deduction. I can tell I found the right man for the job. How would you like to be my new freelancer? There's been a recent vacancy, and I think you're well suited to the job.
You offer work to everyone who breaks into your home?
You're awful quick to trust a bunch of strangers that broke into your home.
I'm looking for someone rough around the edges. I like my employees well-groomed. Appearances are everything. The man lost an arm. What are the odds of that happening twice? Of course, Gorgon is a treacherous place, and my own family's involvement with it has been fraught. Allow me to lay out the facts, and you can decide for yourself if you want to be my chief investigator. My mother, Dr. Olivia Ambrose, worked for Spacer's Choice at the Gorgon Research Facility. She was brilliant, the top scientist in her field, until tragedy struck. One day, Spacer's Choice shut down all research and evacuated Gorgon. Everyone had to scramble or risk getting left behind. It was chaos. Employees fled for their lives. Mother never made it home. I'm told she wasn't the only casualty that fateful day.
It must have been real hard on you, losing your mother all of a sudden like that.
Thank you. Ambrose ladies are supposed to be resilient to the unexpected, but this was especially hard on me. Mother's name has since been dragged through the mud. Spacer's Choice blames her for the collapse of Project Gorgon, and I just know they're lying. Whatever happened on Gorgon wasn't Mother's fault. I simply need the evidence to prove it. We're going to drag the truth kicking and screaming into the light, even if it means bringing ruin and humiliation to Spacer's Choice. All the evidence I need should be in Mother's journal. You can find it in her office on Gorgon, in the heart of the old research facility. I believe you're the first person to ever side with me against the corporation. It's a refreshing change. When you reach Gorgon, pack a weapon you trust. The corporate lockdown hasn't stopped the wilderness from squirming in through the crack. There's a little saloon near Gorgon's landing pad, the Sprat Shack. Lucky was renting a room, so if you want to follow his trail, that would be the place to start.
I ought to stop in and taste the local flavor.
Oh, you think maybe they got a little mascot? Like a sprat and a tiny hat?
Just so we understand each other, money is no object. I'm willing to squander the family fortune if you get me what I want. Between your payment and any salvage you happen across, you'll walk away from this rich enough to buy a mansion of your own. A consummate professional. That shouldn't be a problem. Here's your nav key, Captain. A word of advice before you go, Captain. Trust. Mother's office is in the heart of the Gorgon facility. You're free to salvage anything that isn't nailed down. I only want what's mine.
Mysterious heiress, unexpected gainful employment. It's like something out of a detective.
Salvage rights and a paycheck? This is almost too good to be.
This unit is under surveillance. Thank you for your patience.
Not today, Sam. I am not in the mood for a deep clean. Oh, all right. Some culprit who shall not be named spilled Rizzo's lemon slap on my console. We are now in orbit of Earth orbit.
Sanitizing within established radius.
Stay safe out there.
Look at those stars. Don't it make you feel small in the best way?
Experiencing evacuation anxiety.
I got supplies if you need them. No one lasts long on Gorgon unprepared. Is that what my thoughts sound like? Law, I've been standing near that alarm too long. You looking for supplies, stranger? Let's stock up here. If you run low on bullets out in Gorgon's far reaches, there ain't no one round here liable to help you out. Let me know if you're looking for something. You mean you came out to this asteroid without knowing nothing about it? Me too. Heard it was wild here and couldn't resist. Trouble is, if you wander off to somewhere you oughtn't be, like way out in Gorgon's farthest reaches, odds are slimmer of your bits finding their way to my pocket. If you want my advice, stick close to the Sprat Shack, unless you fancy having your limbs torn off and eat. All right, you know you better than I. Just be sure you watch out for the Marauders. That's the #1 thing. Oh, you watch out for Marauders, Mance, and Charles from accounting, and you'll...
Come here. Let's have a chat. All right, inspection time. Look at my eyes for as long as you can without blinking. Starting now. Good. Look up. Now look down. You're doing swell. Now, name and occupation. Good enough for me. You're cleared to pass. That was a sanity check. If you had changed like the others, it'd be in your eyes. You'd also be drooling, cursing, and making a mess of the place. Welcome to the Sprat Shack. You can head on down. Every day, salvagers and scrappers set out to comb the ruins and make the ones who come back. They aren't always the same men or women who left. If you're heading downstairs, order something sweet.
Oh, ugh. This place smells like Felix's birth.
Been an age since I had a good tripicale. Hope they've got it on tap.
Welcome to the Sprat Shack.
First one's on the house, and I won't even water it down. Bottoms up. It's not every day that Sublight's vice president strolls in through the front door. You here on business? We don't get a lot of you VIP types around here. Let me know if you need anything special. I assume you're here for salvage. Even if I did, I ain't supposed to play favorites. Most of my regulars are Sublight scavengers. They pick over the ruins of Gorgon, spend their earnings at the bar, and head back out the next day. Vicious cycle, but that's life. You're the first new face I've seen in a while. Lucky. Sure, I knew him. He could get a little dramatic at times, but he was a good guy. Heard he took on a dangerous job. Spent a lot of time coming and going from the Office of Creative Incubation, just down the road. The way he talked about the job, you just knew Lucky had hit pay dirt. Not that I was jealous. Around here, that sort of luck can be hazardous to your health. Awful shame about what happened to him. 3rd floor. Once I figured he wasn't coming back to pay his tab, I left his room unlocked to air it out. You can help yourself to anything you left behind. Fair warning, I've been letting the regulars use it for a quick lie down. Just wash your hands when you're done. Trust me. Be seeing you.
You think the folks here like strangers? Because some of them are looking at us like, maybe not.
The repurposed aesthetic reminds me of Fallbrook. These Sublight folks really know how to overhaul a place.
Didn't they stick the preservative in before? Or after the eye comes out.
I really hope this ain't a sign of things to come.
Someone's in here. Hola. It's coming back up again.
So...
You're a humbug.
I've eaten my fair share of tarot eyes, but I'm still gonna come out and say it. This mission is gross.
You think this place we're headed will tell us more about Gorgon? I wonder what they got up to here. Keep an eye out, Captain. This place don't look entirely safe. sure are an awful lot of marauders on this abandoned asteroid.
No telling what other horrors we're set to find here.
Initiating ocular measurement. Measurement complete. Ocular identification complete. Welcome, Clarence Mostly. Access granted. Welcome to the Office of Creative Incubation.
Mr. Thompson told me 100 times the cannery couldn't afford spare parts for Bess. All while Spacer's Choice was building this? They got one for Edgewater. Oh, it's just Saltuna. Come on, we got a volcano too.
Keen skills, Spacer's Choice security. Folks can't hit the broadside of a mannequin. Be ready for anything.
I hope they're passing with Swift. think this screen's taller than my entire shop back home.
You could fit whole families in here.
I heard a little weasel sniffing about. You'd best go back the way you came. There's nothing for you here. I understand that you think yourself a big hero here on a big, important job. The last one did too. But you've grossly misapprehended the situation here. This place is a graveyard. All that was done here should be forgotten and left to rot. Gorgon is the birthplace of marauders. We created them here, in this very facility. They are our misbegotten children, born of hubris and vanity.
Marauders were created? Those bastards!
That don't make any sense. How could marauders get to Edgewater?
They hold no fondness for trespassers. I've placed the facility under emergency lockdown to keep them safe. Let the marauders die in peace, or I will make certain that you die with.
My friends and neighbors became marauders, Captain. They hurt a lot of folks, and Edgewater still ain't the same. If this place caused that, I want to know.
On the list of reasons this colony's fucked, marauders rank near the top, Cap. comms tower, huh? It's like I'm back at Hiram's place, running errands.
Thank you!
Woo! Nice work! Where were we? I sure hope that spooky person on the screen ain't waiting for us. I'm about ready to jump out of my skin as it is.
Birthplace of marauders. We ought to have left well enough alone. Now we're in it. Come hell or high water, we've got to see this through.
Oh, this looks just like the abandoned parts of Edgewater.
Ugh. We ship in some sulfur, and it'll be like I'm back home.
Transmission request from Ambrose.
Captain! Imagine my surprise when I saw the Unreliable leaving Gorgon with so much urge. Tell me you found Mother's journal. I'm positively... Well, isn't that exciting? A lonely asteroid, an old research facility, any promising... Too bad. But on the bright side, you've outdone my old freelancer. I don't think you... If I know Spacer's Choice, getting past the lockdown will be more complicated than just hitting... No. I think you're going to have to rely on good old-fashioned detective work. It's a good thing you have keen senses. Naturally. Safe travel.
That's the spirit.
Welcome to the Musgrave Family Collection. If you're here for the annual Canid review, I'm afraid it's already over. Only thing going on behind those doors is good, old-fashioned lawful. This greeting constitutes your confidentiality agreement. You hereby agree not to disclose the location or existence of these events. Thank you for cooperating. Exactly. Now then, Mr. Mostly is indeed attending our event, although I am disappointed to discover he did not officially enter his Canid La Place into our competition. You should find Mr. Mostly just inside the prep room. We find that our clients enjoy the appearance of participating in illegal activities. Secrecy contributes to a feeling of the Musgrave Family Collection was intended to be a That's privileged information. That's a fair point. All right, I'll tell you. But just keep this between.
Guaranteed secrecy is
Oh, it's all right. The Musgraves own one of Earth's largest private collections of art and literature. They were going to have the entire collection shipped all the way to Halcyon. Unfortunately, that collection never arrived. We haven't heard anything from the delivery convoy, and there's some purely hypothetical concern. I was going to say indefinitely delayed by unforeseen and unknowable Anyway, that's as much as I can tell you.
Do you know the interesting thing about Canid shows? Oh, but there is, if one possesses an eye for statistics. Mathematically speaking, the interesting thing about Canid shows is this: they're an exercise in futility. Winning is predetermined. Over time, the inevitable trend is that the race goes to the swift. Time and chance are just statistical outliers. In other words, if you put enough Canids through enough trials, the one with the most optimal attributes generally wins. Exercise in futility. What gave me away? Wait, don't tell me. You've read my monograph, Putting the Us in Calculus, or How to Use Mathematics to Find Your Statistically Significant Other. I'm afraid I don't really do autographs, but yes, I am Clarence Mostly. Yes, that's us. Mostly oak trees, too. My grandfather invented them, you know. Well, no, he didn't invent mostly oaks, but he did purchase the naming rights back during the terraforming days. It's essentially the same thing. Oh. Then you're not here about my monograph. It's true, I was involved with Project Gorgon, but that chapter of my life is long since closed. Listen, I don't know what you want with Gorgon or with me, but let me give you some free advice, Let the past go. Live in the moment. Enjoy the party. I was wondering if you were the sort of person to accept sensible advice or respond with threats of violence. Thank you for resolving that ambiguity. Lifting the lockdown won't be easy. You'll need to send overrides from the chem lab and human inquiry. I don't have that level of clearance. The trouble is, I don't know you. I don't trust you. I washed my hands of Gorgon, and you're asking me to dirty them all over again. Right, of course. Thank you for reminding me. Point well taken. I want a favor from you. Do something for me, and I'll do something for you. That way we don't have to rely on a grand prize trophy to the Canid Review. I want it in my hands. Get me that trophy, and I'll give you the remaining researchers. What, really? You'll do it? I mean, just like that? Don't you want to know why I asked you? While you're technically correct, which is my favorite kind of correct, no, that's not why. My Canid, Laplace, is statistically superior to every other Canid in this review. Better average sprinting time, superior gait coefficient, optimal anatomical symmetry. I didn't bother entering little Laplace in this pointless contest. He's already won on paper, you see. That trophy rightfully belongs to him. Head into the main hall and take the elevator down into the maintenance. The maintenance tunnel is the only way up into the trophy room. Some technician barred the door shut on our end. Ask Tilda Coates. Oh, you're quite welcome. I look forward to...
Come now, Anubis, you must perk up.
Easy.
Unexpected.
Down they go! All that pomp and circumstance out there. For this. The hell's the point?
Come now, Anubis.
Oh, you don't have to be scared of these Canids, Captain. I don't think they're gonna hurt you.
Never cared much for hors d'oeuvres. My trophy! Look at this thing! Have you ever seen a more garish monument to the boredom of the elite? If only Grandfather Mostly were alive today, I would have loved to wave this trophy right in front of his cataracts. I hope you won't take it personally when I say I had my doubts about you. Nothing ever gets done in Byzantium, you see. Competent work is... Lifting the emergency lockdown requires overrides from the Chem Lab and Human Inquiry. Marion Blakesley, Jasper Lowe. They went into hiding after the project collapsed, but I've managed to calculate their last known whereabouts within a reasonable margin of error. I see you're familiar with my technique. I'd love to show you my numbers, but there aren't nearly enough napkins in this room. After the project shut down, I had to keep my mind occupied. I worked on my actuarial tables, calculated the average lifespan of a Spacer's Choice worker, that sort of thing. I realized some of the researchers had to be alive. I ran some numbers, did a little research, and concluded that the two most likely survivors are Marion Blakesley and Jasper Lowe. Try to exercise caution. You did fetch a trophy for my little applause. No need to sound so astonished. Now, my eye! I was wondering where I'd misplaced that old thing. It's perfectly preserved. Every eye possesses unique dimensions, not unlike a fingerprint. An eye makes excellent proof of identification. Well, that's rather responsible of you. I'll put a good word in your permanent
Come now, Anubis, you must...
Someone has left a threatening message on your terminal, Captain. First stop at the Groundbreaker Auxiliary Base.
Careful.
Hey you, over here. Let's chat. Whoa, 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 it's Riz. Oh, fucking damn it. Every time. So, hey, you trespass, and I'm armed. Maybe take a sec. Yeah, I know that lady. I know she's looking for, solitude. She hired us to make sure no one comes sniff. Guess that's bad. What, after 5 years? Pretty sure she's serious about a little stint in solitary. Anyway, Blakesley's given us standing orders to strongly discourage anyone who tries... I like to, extrapolate. This deal with Blakesley's pretty sweet. We get paid, and we get fresh greens every week. My gums never looked healthier. What? Shit. Insurance, you said? Fine, I guess. Look, we won't give you trouble, but I can't say the same about Blakesley. She's got some crazy setup in there, so if you get shot, don't come complaining to me. This one's clear, guys.
Nice work, Cap.
Some days.
This must be a step up from Force.
You have to be kidding me. I thought I made myself clear. Wait. Hello? Damn it. Look, I get it. Some people need things spelled out for them. I'm sure one of the automechanicals can explain.
You hear that humming? Sounds like some kind of generator. Wow.
So who the fuck? Oh, wait, hang on, I can't hear a damn thing. Just gonna shut this thing off. Right. Marion Blakesley, what can I do for you, Mr. Home Invasion? Cute. There have to be easier ways to steal some corporate property. Go chat up Sublight. Gorgon? I holed up in a forgotten cargo bay of a rotting colony ship just so I could never hear that name again. But here you are. That bastard. Is he still only mostly worthless, or has he achieved mathematical perfection in that regard? He'll be on to the next hobby in a week. Clearance lacks the attention span for this sort of thing. Someone wants to dig up the past, and you're the shovel, right? Ambrose. Well, I'll assume you're caught up then, that or hopelessly confused. Corporate demanded a product they could throw onto shelves. That put the squeeze on low at Chem to develop formulas, samples. But how do you know if the product works? You run tests, see what happens. That's where human inquiry and auditing came in. I ran HIA and HIA ran the tests again and again and again. And what happens is a whole lot of wasted time and even more bodies. Testing supervisor. I designed the initial testing regimens, managed the staff, made sense of the test results. Tried to anyway. People are complicated, and I don't just mean the test subjects. Try and avoid working with people if you can. It always gets messy. Plenty. Not to mention Spacer's Choice put in the legwork to make Gorgon habitable. Probably crawling with scavengers. You've heard the adverts, right? Work day and night, still feel refreshed the next morning. Now, what we tested for was dexterity, efficiency, compliance. The traits of a good employee. Numbers never came out right. I could have pumped gallons of those chemicals into every living soul in this colony. Wouldn't have changed that. What we got was marauders. And I got a hefty corporate paycheck for it, too, up until it all fell apart. That's not the part that made Spacer's Choice give up, anyway. You can still buy Adrena time, after all. Sure, I don't mean to stop. Indulge a scientist. What do you want out of this investigation of yours? Trying to... Yeah, well, people don't tend to exhume the past just so they can bury it again somewhere nicer. Your crew feel the same? Heck of a world out here for the shy types. What do you get out of headbutting murderous automechanicals for your captain here?
A family. Or something near to it. We don't always get along or nothing, but...
Fair enough. That's all I've got. Here, I still have this pass. Don't much feel like hanging on to it anymore. Made my exit the moment the project started falling apart. Had to steal some credentials. This should get you into the volunteer induction entrance. Be careful on Gorgon. The compound got into the air, the water, everything. That asteroid makes monsters. Sure, take it. Just drowning and dying options.
An unknown vessel is approaching our ship. Once I deduce their intentions, I will play one of two audio signals. If their intentions are no longer unknown. At precisely this moment, Captain? No. Within the next 60 to 90, the unknown vessel has deployed a boarding mechanism. They will attach themselves. That sound indicates that a boarding mechanism, Captain. I am pleased to inform you that we are currently in the process of being boarded. Captain Hawthorne installed a lethal shock trap on our airlock in the event of an invasion. I am prepared to deploy them. I was bluffing, Captain. When we met in Emerald Vale, my systems were not fully operational. Even if they were, I might have made an exception for you. The invading ship appears to be a decommissioned storage vessel. The crew are either pirates or freelancers. My opinion of their competence is low. Their ship is using a tracking device too sophisticated for their primitive astrogator. I conclude they are receiving outside assistance. If you prefer to make an escape, I can disable their boarding mech. Understood, Captain. I will... Now initiated. More welcome protocol.
Useful trick. Note to self. Don't piss off Ada.
Looks like our opponent knows how to play defense. All right, freebooters, fall back and regroup.
Huh?
You know, I'm a little disappointed. I was hoping you'd play by the rules. We could have had a good old... Now you're barging into my office, muddying tracks all...
Welcome back, Captain. I understand you have resolved. Understood, Captain.
Looks like we missed all the fun.
Keep it together, Kelly. Just breathe, Kelly. Who's out there? Really? I would be indebted. I'll have to come out to assess it myself. Hold on.
Let me just catch my breath. I swear, my heart's trying to punch its way out of my chest. Law, I'm so lucky you came along. I know it sounds crazy, But a little while back, I'd been gearing myself up to take a long walk off a short turbine platform. Then the security mechanicals broke out into a massacre, and I realized I really want to live. How can I help you help me get out of here? Drop me off on the groundbreaker and I'll be out of your hair in... Oh, thank you so much. I'll just hide in a crate or something. Here, this is my official laboratory headgear. I won't be needing it.
I take back what I said. Nothing fun about that storm. Nice!
Shush, damn it! I almost had it. I was so close to a breakthrough, I could practically taste it. You really did pick the worst time to... Oh, hang on. I see what's happening. You're real. Ergo, not a hallucination. I have several questions for you. Let's start with the obvious. Who are you? No, you don't. There's nothing interesting in the chem lab. There's nothing interesting in Gorgon at all. Gorgon is a featureless rock dragged along by the gravitational current of a barren asteroid belt. The chem lab is a graveyard. You won't find anything there but the dead. Well, it wasn't me. I've been stuck in this place for ages. In any case, it's becoming obvious you're not listening to sensible. If you've set your heart on exploring my old labs, I won't try to dissuade you. Indulge me with a favor, and I'll give you the access. The electromechanical turbine is offline. Without any power, I can't possibly continue my work. Be a dear and reactivate. Take the elevator to the storm platform at the top of this facility. Reactivate the turbine, and I'll give you the access you want.
You are in for it now.
Another halcyon problem. Another massive fuck-off machine to solve.
Facilities back on the grid, and my pipes again floweth with the sweet, sweet essence of my salvation. You'll need my voice to get into the chem lab. I'm obviously not coming with you, so I'm giving you a recording of my dulcet speech. This recording should get you into the chem lab. I hope whatever you're after is worth the trauma. I wouldn't go back there if I was higher than the mercury levels in a can of salt tuna. Wait. Take my gun while you're at it. If you end up dying on Gorgon, there's a non-zero chance I'll feel partially responsible. Die, perhaps? Automechanical sentries are generally programmed to ignore corpses. I don't like the idea of going back to that place, to that life. Yes, I know it's not me risking my throat gallivanting around Gorgon. It's you, for whatever madcap reasons you've got. I've helped you once, and I don't feel great about it. I made a clean break from Gorgon, and now it feels like you're asking me to tether myself back to that place. If you'll excuse me, my experiment...
recall initiated. Need an
Well, here we... Hey, is that a saloon? I feel better already.
That's the last of them!
I see Monarch ain't the only pet project the board's willing to abandon.
Whatever happened here must have been real bad if Spacer's Choice just up and abandoned it.
Oof. When the woman from Monarch is plugging her nose, you know you've made some poor life choice.
Volunteering for this important opportunity. Whatever your past, know that as of today, each of you will be part of something greater. Together, we will unlock the path to discoveries.
Our brightest minds did their dirtiest work here. We made...
Volunteers my ass. These are cells.
It's so... homey. Almost. Whatever.
Welcome, volunteers. This office environment is where we will test your communication, paper management, and self-regulation.
I smell blood!
doing with all these conveyors? Subjects have to die before you decide to build a dedicated autopsy room?
I don't want to see no more. I can't take this.
But why?
Yeah, there you are. Is this...
You should have left Gloria in his grave, where it belongs. Now...
I never imagined. I'd always heard the corporations treated their workers poorly, but this... It's like they were sprats. Caged up little experiments. Yeah, and straight up the steps of Byzantium. If this kind of thing is happening under the chairman's nose, we ought to shoot it off his face.
They knew, Captain. Spacer's Choice knew all along what Adrenatime did, and they sold it anyway.
I'm fucking mad, Captain. Someone's gotta be.
Maybe Miss Ambrose can help fix things once she's cleared her family name. She could hold the board's feet to the fire. Make them pay. What they did here, I ain't ever gonna shake this. In a jiff. Sure.
Heading back.
This facility is currently experiencing a... Please speak.
We attest to the zest with our hand on our chest. Be impressed as our guest by what we've finessed. You are blessed to ingest what we thoroughly test. You've tried the best, now try the rest. Spacer's choice.
Passphrase accepted. Access granted. Welcome.
Almost hard to believe something so awful as Adrenatime came from a place that looks so... normal. Normal aside from the bodies, I mean. And the blood.
Processing.
Here they come.
Area.
Shots bouncing off. Down they go.
Okay? Right.
All invalid.
You'd think that by now these lab coats would have learned not to mess with.
Unexpected cure.
Don't mess.
Must have been Jasper's place.
Since we've been traveling together, we've visited a lot of places that set my teeth on edge. This here makes my skin crawl.
I've seen negligence and greed and incompetence run rampant over this colony. But this was evil.
Worse than wrong, Captain. Catastrophic. And a whole lot of ordinary people who trusted them ended up dead. The folks down here dedicated their lives to fixing Halcyon. They were supposed to be the company's best and brightest. How'd they lose their way? That might have been enough for me back in Edgewater, but after all we've seen of Halcyon? Captain, someone should have said no.
No wonder Minnie's trying to clear her.
Gonna be a relief to see the stars again. This cave's making me all jumpy.
go. It beats climbing the walls anyhow.
Don't look, don't look, don't look.
It's about damn...
Welcome to the Adrenatime Synthesis and Manufactory Center, brought to you by Spacer's Choice. This productivity automechanical unit is at your disposal. However, due to the promotion, demotion, death, or injury to other managers at this facility, this unit is now the acting manager of the following: reception, human resources, accounting. Please direct any questions about those departments to Pam. According to this facility's hierarchy, there are not to worry. If a middle manager cannot immediately be replaced, Pam can safely oversee 3.176 departments. When you're in a productivity pinch, Pam can... Uh-oh. It looks like there are intruders and... Don't worry. Keep working hard, staying late, and skipping meals, and I'm sure you'll get your... That was one of Pam's patented pep talks. After all, how can I increase...
If I didn't know better, I'd swear it was watching me.
This is gonna haunt me later. I can already feel it. know if I'm impressed or suspicious. They're building something here, and it probably ain't good. Is it with the board and giant machines?
There's something mystical about this thing. Almost holy. Is that weird?
This is the place, right? Let's find that journal.
That's enough. Gorgon is mine.
I ain't keen on tight spaces, but that vent there might get us out of here.
And we're stalking, and we're stalking.
Hello there, employee identification number. Great. How can I increase the Adrena time? You are now in the floors below you. How can I Did you know that keeping your workers alive? WinPam, warning, spacer. Emergency combat protocols cannot be engaged at less than. Please ensure that this unit is.
I could give it a shot. Let me just... Huh. Okay. Weird way to do that, but there ain't no accounting for sense. There we go. All I had to do was convince this old girl here that 73% was the new 100%. Easy as salt tuna.
This unit's power rating is 100%. Great! Error. Employee's biometric ID does not match this unit's designated manager. Proceeding with pretend that this PAM unit is one of your employees who's been working long hours. What would you say to give them an extra pep pill? Like any good manager, PAM comes equipped with an emergency pep pill dispenser. Employees passing out at their desk is a thing. Verbal management test complete. Result. Employee is a Spacer's Choice engaging emergency combat protocol.
We are receiving an incoming signal.
Captain, I see you've made some headway on Gorgon. Mother's old work terminal just lit up with a bunch of new protocol. What about Mother's... Are you accusing me of deception? Captain, I would... Can you hear me, Captain? I'm getting some interference on my end.
Hello again, little weasel. I must admit, you've surprised me. I threw nearly everything I had at you. Well spotted, Captain. We've both played our roles well, but it seems you've got the edge. I may have gravely underestimated you. You were smart to hire him, Wilhelmina. Well done.
Mother, you're alive! And still on Gorgon? This is so you, Mother. Inserting yourself where you aren't needed and at the worst possible time.
Am I disrupting your vanity project, you empty-headed little twit?
Olivia Ambrose doesn't do happy. Have you come back just to ruin everything again, Mother? At least this time I have the power to stop you.
Captain, this is a distraction. Let's set our differences aside and focus on what matters. Adrena time must never be revived.
I may not have told you all of the facts, but I'm going to lay out everything I know. You can decide for yourself what to do with it. By now, you realize that Project Gorgon was devoted to a single drug, adrenatime. A drug that hit the market in spite of calamitous side effects. Because they believed it could help Halcyon. I still believe it can. The project was a colossal failure, but you and I are going to revive it from the ashes. What you've seen is the result of Mother's leadership. I have no intention of repeating her mistakes. Mother's journal contains the activation codes for the adrenatime synthesizer, the key to a new Project Gorgon. We're going to start again, and this time with everything Project Gorgon didn't have. Better R&D, better scientists, clear goals, more funding, and a timeline that makes sense. You have every reason to doubt me. But if you have a shred of hope for a better colony, consider what adrenatime could do for us. If I can improve the chemistry, I can fix adrenatime. We can put this colony back on track together. Is it? I'll tell you what's insane. Every day, workers slump over from exhaustion. The gears of industry swallow them whole, and no one is coming to help. Adrena time is the break we can't fit into the schedule. The office with a window we can't afford to build. It's the best this rotten colony can do for people. It's a bandage, not a cure. Halcyon is wounded, and I will do everything in my power to...
Don't let those bloodless leeches at Spacer's Choice walk you down this perilous path, Wilhelmina. You haven't the fortitude to...
As usual, Mother projects her failures onto me. If she had let me get involved from the start, we might have avoided this calamity altogether. This is no longer a mercenary job, Captain. You have Mother's journal, and therefore a difficult choice.
You'd leave this in his hands? An outlaw ship? I always suspected you were nothing more than an empty-headed social climber. This confirms it.
You see what I mean? Mother is afraid of being outdone by her empty-headed daughter, and she'll do anything to stop me. If I can save the colony and redeem the Ambrose family name, I owe it to myself to try. Mother be damned.
If killing me puts an end to Gorgon, I won't stop you. I would gladly sacrifice myself for Halcyon.
Mother has given up on her brilliance, her potential. I'm only beginning to explore mine. If you try anything, I won't hesitate to defend my... I need that facility online, but I can't do it while Mother's still a problem. By now, she'll have shut down the Gorgon reactor. Deal with her however it suits you, and get that facility back up and...
Don't do this, Wilhelmina. Minnie, don't make...
Adrena time is our future. It's bigger than money, bigger than family. It's the colony's best... Oh, please. We haven't been a family in ages. If Mother tries to get in your way, you have my permission to defend yourself. No matter the cost.
This is absurd. You must end this madness. I'm glad you see things clearly. Here's what you must do. Return to my family's manor, Captain. Use the executive override code in my journal to activate the NDA protocol for my terminal. It will destroy the Gorgon drug synthesizer and put an end to Adrena time. One last thing. She will try to force you to fight her. You don't have to. In fact, I would... She is still...
Captain, in light of recent events, I'm putting the manor under lockdown. Until Mother is dealt with, anyone who lands here is presumed hostile. Finish the job. I know you won't disappoint.
Jig is up, Cap. I'd wager we're in for a fight.
Sister.
Nice one! of a place like this, Captain.
Didn't I warn you not to set foot in here until the job was done? You should have... Farewell, Captain. If it wasn't already obvious...
You've finished it, Captain. You've put Gorgon down once and for all. I only wish that Minnie had seen reason. The good we could have done together. Join me for a toast in the drawing room. I do believe you're due a reward.
After all we've seen of this lady, are we sure this...
Hand to law, Captain. I mean you no harm. No, it most certainly is. Quit fooling around. I'll have...
This unit can't help itself.
Captain, I believe a celebration is in order. The Gorgon project is dead.
Why does it feel like we've done this before?
Speak up, Captain. I can't... Aren't you a funny one? Shall we toast? May they meet the justice of the blade, bullet, or pen, whichever is most expedient. It's funny. When Spacer's Choice released Adrenatime to the public and began the Marauder cart, and I sabotaged all the Gorgon facilities, I thought that was the end for me. Then you came up. I find myself at loose ends now, Captain. Maybe I'll find a handsome little bolt hole out there in the aether and endeavor to keep a low profile, as they say. Maybe I'll pick up a soothing, useless hobby, like watercolor paint. Spacer's Choice will want to take their turn at revenge. And Wilhelmina's artwork. Oh, look at
Rude. She was a little girl.
Oh, please. The colors are muddy, the shadows are all wrong, and it hardly looks any... May I keep this? I'll take that as a yes. Thank you, Captain. I think it'll look a treat on the walls of my hideout. I will. I deserve the worst, and I hope it finds me. But that's enough from me, I think. Where will the future lead you? The satisfaction of a job well done isn't enough for you? I'm only joking, of course. Please take this with my thanks. It's not much, but you deserve recognition for your... I know your crew played no small part...
Just trying...
You're welcome, ma'am. I hope you take this life and do something better with it.
Halcyon owes you both a tremendous debt. We couldn't undo the damage Spacer's Choice did to the colony, but we stopped them from ever doing it again. Well, it's time we stop looking back and turn our eyes to the stars. I'd expect nothing less from the hero of Gorgon. In any case, I do believe this is the end. Law willing, Adrena Time is dead for good, and the Marauders will die out with it. Goodbye, Captain, and thank you again. May the stellar wind be ever at your back.
This unit is under control. Thank you for your patience.
Touchdown on the atmospheric complex.
Oh, Captain, it's beautiful up here. Could we get more jobs like this one?
Hello, hello, hello there. Hope your atmospheric entry wasn't too troublesome. As a guest of honor, you deserve the best. Sublight Salvage and Shipping Underground, or Slug, as we like to call ourselves, is delighted to welcome you to Eridanos. I'm the Grand Colonial Head Bellhop. I'm here to grab your bags and direct you, the inspector. I can try. I was the one who found Helen's body in the Grand Ballroom. Corpse wasn't in the best shape. Aside from that, Helen was supposed to host the unveiling for Rizzo's newest product, Spectrum Brown. Until you catch the killer, the unveiling's been indefinitely postponed. Helen's death has been a shock for many. A lot of people are inconsolable. Hell, even Black Hole Birdie, Helen's beau, has wandered off. Some folks think he had something to do with the murder, but I don't believe it.
He did it. It's always the boyfriend.
I still don't understand why anyone would have it in for Ms. Helen.
Folks get heated when it comes to serials and their actors, I suppose. Not particularly, but I think some folks were jealous of her success, or otherwise viewed her as a threat. Reckon how she came about her fame didn't help. Why, she was a natural. People fell in love with her. She managed to wrangle up a following all on her own. She ended up about as famous and high-runged as your average VP, which rubbed a lot of Byzantines the wrong way. Actors ain't supposed to get preferential treatment. Let's see here. Oh, I already spoke briefly about the Spectrum unveiling, or lack thereof. It's still an awful shame. A lot of folks looking forward to that. I do. Rizzo's happened to rent out the Grand Colonial Ballroom from Slug for the unveiling. A nice mutually beneficial event. But the murder's gone and ruined that. Along with 9 out of 10 of my favorite cereals. Anyway, I think I've held you up long enough. Once you're ready, head down to the lobby. The ballroom is just behind the elevators. Meanwhile, I'll grab your bags. You're making fun, right? Your luggage. You're still giving me a pretty... Well, reckon I can respect your candor, even if it scares me a smidge. Anyhow, I'll look for you in the grand ballroom later. Hope you can unravel this...
I think I must have had something in my ear. I could have sworn you just said, we are...
Greetings, Inspector. No need to check in here. Your paperwork has all been processed. You should be able to find the Colonial right ahead.
I've been starting to play a little game as we travel. You might be a top runger if your hotel is taller than the highest mountain on Monarch.
Halcyon Helen could meet a fate like this.
I've always wondered what that mascot's got in his hands.
I'll bet you 10 bits this is all just some... Black Hole Birdie's disappeared, you know.
Oh, thank the law. Inspector, you don't know how relieved I am to see... I'm pleased to hear that. Our coroner has developed a device which may prove useful in your investigation. Our office has instructed her to hand it over to you.
Our office has instructed her to hand it over to you. Oh, please. You make it sound as if I'm turning over a stolen... Behold, my discrepancy amplifier. Hold it in your hands. Feel the way it hums. I'm so glad you asked. Allow me to explain. The discrepancy amplifier uses a deterministic model of our universe to detect the discrepancy between what should be and what actually is. Then it renders any discrepancies visible by using the power of magnification. Go on then. Give it a try. Just treat the amplifier as you would a weapon. Hold it good and steady.
I'm contractually prohibited from endorsing off-brand technology, but... You'll want to peer into the amplifier and
The discrepancy amplifier is now operational.
Greetings, designated inspector and/or unauthorized larcenist. This unit has detected a discrepancy related to Halcyon Helen. Unscheduled expiration of. Begin. The discrepancy amplifier has been programmed with advanced speech recognition. Science.
Oh, you'll love this. Amplifier, tell the inspector about your feature.
Please do not interrupt the discrepancy amplifier. The discrepancy amplifier is programmed to take instruction from its registered or designated inspector.
How curious. I must have set its impertinence levels to flagrant.
This unit's features include an automated personality simulator. This unit has been programmed to simulate joy and satisfaction in assisting you. This footprint stands out from the normally spotless floor of the grand ballroom. Typically, the ballroom is cleaned twice daily, which means this must have been made by either Helen or...
Oh no, Captain, please don't taste the dirt, and I'm too late.
Footprint is a tailor-made 8.75, suggesting that its owner was very particular about their... It is also the exact size that Halcyon Helen typically prefers. There are traces of dirt throughout the footprint. The dirt carries traces of fertilizer, as well as the faint signs of crushed purpleberries and grass. Grass, fertilizer, and purpleberries can all be found in the purpleberry orchards, located not far from the Grand Colonio. This deduction appears sound.
Good work, Inspector. I had a feeling we'd make some progress once we brought you onto the case. You'll need Administrator Ludovico to grant you access to the orchards. Contact him through the secure access terminal in your penthouse suite. Check in with the concierge. Your room should be ready by now. If it isn't, I may have to go shake someone by the collar.
This is a bottle of unreleased Rizzo's product. Helen appears to have attempted to use it to spell something as she expired, but all she managed was a sticky bee. This hypothesis is plausible, but requires additional information. Now calculating likelihood of Halcyon Helen using her final moments to endorse low to moderate. Correct. Bertie Blackhole Holcomb is a registered guest at the Grand Colonial Hotel. This evidence has been recorded.
I knew I should have gotten her autograph.
Staring at her won't bring her back, folks.
I'm sorry, sir, but while the hotel is an active crime scene, Oh, you're the special inspector. Mr. Kincannon warned me you'd be checking in soon. Ah, yes. We are most pleased to offer you our grandest of grand accommodations, Inspector. The penthouse suite on our topmost floor is now available for you. The last guest left her belongings behind when she vacated unexpectedly, so we simply call the elevator in the lobby and our highly skilled operator will deliver you to your private floor. It certainly is a... Please, allow me to... If you're...
Hello there, my inordinately esteemed guest. If my... What author...
Inspector, I understand you've visited the scene of the crime. Halcyon Helen was an important cultural icon. She will be sorely missed. Agreed. Tell me about your investigation. Your discretion is appreciated. I admit, I'm beginning to feel more confident in this arrangement. Here, I'm granting you access through the gates to the orchards. You're officially authorized to see this investigation through. There is one caveat. I agree with the sentiment behind your snide remark. Unfortunately, the Piraeus spaceport is Cedric's purview, not mine. You have a lead to chase. Law speed, Inspector.
Hi there, Inspector. That's complete now.
Anyone up for a game of sudden death knockout? Yeah, me neither.
Heard, but we're in the middle of a lockdown.
I don't think I've ever seen an orchard before.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. These footprints match the shoes previously analyzed in the Grand Ballroom. There is a 110% chance with a 10% margin of error that they were left by Ruth Bellamy, the actress known as Halcyon Helen.
I do believe.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Confirmed. These additions.
You find it?
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to... Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen. Timeline discrepancy detected. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as... Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known... Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as... Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to... Timeline discrepancy. Congratulations, Inspector.
Oh, yeah, that's
You've discovered
funny.
more
Well, what
footprints
could that
belonging
be?
to the deceased...
Here they come!
Trying to infect me with your sword?
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belong... Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints... Timeline. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the...
Get ready! No messing!
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
I just want to be your friend! I just wanted to make you smile!
I just wanted to make you smile! Here I go! Sorry!
Hello? I can hear you out there. If you still possess the majority of your mental capacities, please locate the test room through the lobby and to the left. You'll see me through the glass. How in the Aether did you get in here? You're not a Rizzo's authorized... Oh, void it all. What does it even matter now? What do you want? Speak up and quickly if you will. You do know that Halcyon Helen is a fictional character portrayed by the late actress, Ruth Bellamy, yes? One can't be too sure with so many simpletons around in the day-to-day. Regardless, I am not at liberty to divulge such information with non-employees or personnel lacking security clearance level Spectrum Orange. Of course, if you were to say, contract your services to me, I suppose I could grant you clearance enough to answer your murder-related question. You see, I've found myself in a bit of a pickle. Some of my lab techs have turned rather aggressive following a recent experiment gone awry. Hence why I've barricaded myself in... Yes. I suppose I should make myself useful. Let me think. Ah, I know. I can remotely unlock the supply closets in the lower level. Perhaps you'll find some use. Excellent. You have my gratitude, and soon you'll have my knowledge of... Now, if you'd rather not kill my lab techs during this cleanup, I believe you can dispense a sedative gas from a terminal in the...
These people don't deserve to die, Captain.
The door to the lower labs is sealed for our safety, so you'll need to take the elevator down.
That's awful. This poor fella had a family.
Kill!
To make you smile!
That's a lot more Rizzos than I ever want to see in my life.
I just want to be your friend!
Unauthorized access to confidential Rizzo's information is a capital offense. Oh my law. It's you. Wait. What do you think you're...
Dr. Blossom? Captain, we gotta hurry.
Well, shit.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Whatever's on that file was worth murdering these people. Now, I'm doubling it.
Confirmation of discrepancy confirmed. This person is most definitely dead. Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Body heat readings indicate that the culprit was just here, mere moments earlier in the timeline.
Looks like a standard ventilation shaft to me. Somebody around my size could have crawled in. Wouldn't have been comfortable or, clean. Ventilation shafts usually turn into sprat nests. See that red wire? Whoever cut that wire was trying to disrupt the...
Attention all personnel. Unscheduled pollination cycle is about to commence. Please evacuate the orchards at this time. Releasing the mosquitoes for pollination. Cycle is now in progress.
I don't know what a mosquito is. I don't particularly want to know what a mosquito is. We're about to go find out.
Real funny! Giving me the cuddles you
Timeline
are!
discrepancy detected near.
I can't see! Down at me! I just wanna be your friend! I'll fix you right up!
One or more mosquitoes. Try standing still. Just kidding. You died long before a mosquito was tired of stinging you.
Timeline discrepancy.
I understand there was an incident at the orchards. The pollination cycle began without my authorization. Fortunately, you managed to save most of the hive. The wasp-ketos are essential to the orchards, you see. Losing them would have cost us months of production. Something about this incident troubles me. The circumstances are suspicious. But let's concentrate on the matter at hand. Have you discovered anything? You have my attention. That's deeply upsetting. Dr. Leora Blossom was an extraordinary scientist and a friend. We have a murderer on the loose, Inspector, as if the death of Halcyon Helen wasn't enough of a blow to our facility. Her commitment to her NDA was admirable. I'll make sure to accelerate the payout of her death benefits to her next of kin. I wish you'd give me a little more information, Inspector. Leora was a friend. But I promised to leave this investigation in your hands, and so I shall. If there's anything else you'd like to share, you have my attention. This incident at the orchards must be connected to Helen's murder somehow. My apologies. When you're ready, I suggest a word with the hotel car.
Hey, yeah, I was gonna stop him, but I figured he was...
Timeline discrepancy.
Oh, sweet gibbering law. What? Sorry. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's not what it looks like. Easy, friend. No need to get violent. There are as many reasons to spare my life as there are flavors in Rizzo. I'll give you 2 reasons. First, I am a valuable asset, and secondly, I'm just here doing a job.
I could use a new pair of glasses.
Can't imagine where you misplaced your old pair.
timeline discrepancy. This empty bottle of spirit does not belong to any known corporate brand. Suspicious residue detected. Excellent deduction, Inspector. Imbibing of unauthorized beverages is strictly prohibited. Ingredients include antiseptic alcohol, sucrose, and unidentifiable miscellaneous.
Oh, wow. Wish I had a telescope like this back in the Vale. Of course, the company probably would have scrapped it for parts.
You think they'd complain if I blazed a few trails through these hedges?
Everyone all right? Incoming!
Whoa, whoa, whoa! It's Rizzo's! Welcome to the Purpleberry Nut Hut, you wonderful... I sure am! Good lamps you got on... Oh, that? I call it my little passenger. I don't know why. The name just appeared in my head when this thing showed up on my neck. Don't you dare! Or I'll cut something off. Gosh, I'm sorry. I don't know where that came from. I just felt this urge to protect my little passenger. Couple of days. Ever since it showed up, I've been feeling happier and happier. I really can't imagine... Now I'd love to get you some... Wow, what a strange question. I'm much too delighted to be... Jacob's predecessor also splurged briefly on a... Oh,
If you're looking for your own Spectrum, remember that you can always buy. Our alcohol.
I didn't know. But Rizzo's made a Gatling gun. Seems a mite unnecessary.
Seems a mite awesome. Give that gun directly to me.
Hope you've been enjoying your stay.
I'm not gonna let. I just wanted to make you smile.
Inspector, good to see you. Let me just grant you. Welcome to the
Eyes up.
Hey, you! We've been looking for you, and by we, been real busy sniffing around Eridanos for clues, haven't you, Inspector? See, Sluglight Underground don't like that much.
If you had anything to do with Sublight, you'd have started shooting about 12...
Should have kept your nose where it belonged, Inspector. Slug's sick of all your meddling in their affairs. Our affairs, I mean. We're... Draw, you damn breadworm, draw! Well, you ain't gonna stick that nose anywhere ever again. Woolly piss! Why'd we decide to do this? Hey, any chance we could reschedule? Yeah, maybe do this whole you don't need to tell us twice. Come on, all. Let's get the hell out of here.
Reminds me of Moreau's. Just a bit.
Hey, could I talk to you for a second? Hey there. Word around the spaceport is that you came in on the Unreliable. You and I see. Well, this would have been easier with Hawthorne, but I hope that if you're flying his ship, it means you're a freelancer too. I run an outfit for the moving of, less than legal goods. There's a particular piece of cargo needs delivering to a particular individual in the spaceport. Thing is, I don't know where the cargo is right now. The crewmate who handles that is in the clink for getting a little too We've already attracted too much attention. Great to hear. First, you need to go meet the crewmate who got... Be seeing ya. Remember...
What do you want? Shh. Nuts! How'd you know it was me? Yeah, that makes sense. You must be a good one to sniff me out. I'm in no mood to sign autographs, and I hate disappointing fans. So I'm lying low. Oh, yeah, I guess it's kinda neato. Oh, what's it matter? Helen's gone. She's gone and nothing I do will bring her back. I've been trying to find who did this. That's what she would do. Track down the killer and bring... But I'm stumped. And not very clever. Being bright was always Helen's thing. Oh, so you're the inspector! Hope you have more luck figuring things out than me. You probably want to ask me some questions, huh? I'm sure you're asking everybody questions. So... I was getting blotto with the rest of the Ranger. You know, soaked.
Looter, half shot, void lush, on the Byzantine swizzle. 1 bit down, 3 bits up, spread across the spectrum. Top heavy. Should I...
The team noticed I was in a bad way when I got back to the hotel. When I told them Helen and I were Splitsville, they wanted to cheer me up. We were up the pole afore evening. The hotel staff said we was bothering the other guests on account of all the crying and yelling and practice body tackling. Zeke said we should move elsewhere, get some air. We ended up at the Wilderness Exploitation Reserve. I think somebody wanted to pet a woolly cow? There was this one cow off away from the others. Zeke figured it'd be a laugh to get her drunk. One thing led to another, and I think we might have maybe, you know, stolen her. I don't know. We were drunk, and we made bad choices. She was all alone. I know how that feels now. It's so hard to be all by your lonesome. My memory's a little muddled after that. I guess me and the team got split up, because I know I was on my own at the pilot house for a time. I reckon not. See, I went to the weather station.
I was looking for where Helen stashed her datapad for safekeeping, right? She'd asked me to get it, mind. I wasn't stealing. I'm no thief. Sure did. Only there was a guard out there who found me. She started yelling about how I was trespassing and in serious trouble. Thing is, it was real dark out there. So dark, she couldn't tell who I was. I wasn't keen on conversing, okay? I was drunk and holding someone else's datapad. And also, maybe I was crying a little. Ran like the Rangers were down by 3 and I just bronzed the toss ball in the Friday zone. Yeah, I mean, no. Nope. No one else. I don't want to tell you. I'll get in trouble. Should I?
Ever seen Terror on Monarch, Birdie?
Yeah?
You remember that part when she narrowly escapes the clutches of the Sulphur Queen and her pet Raptidons? They based it on me, Birdie. I'm the Queen of Monarch, and our captain here's got a ship.
They did? That doesn't seem right. Is that right?
I think we ought to take Birdie here on a little getaway. Take him home. Show him what I've done with the plate. I know just the one. Ever felt your skin sloughing off?
What? No! This doesn't... Look, I talked to Auric, okay? Auric West. Hangs out around the spaceport. He's... That sounds like a good idea. So now you have the whole story. Woke up the next morning with Helen's datapad in my hand and the hangover to end all hangovers. Yeah. No. Helen sure did have the prettiest handwriting. Sorry. Here you go, Inspector. Hopefully they make more sense. Either she was writing in code or I'm dumber than a bag of ham. Okay. I want to help you find her killer, Inspector. I knew Helen better than anybody. I'm not threatening nobody. Gee, I try to help someone out. I'll head back to the Grand Colonial then. Unless you need me for anything else. What do you want to know?
Buy a bunk, huh?
Hey there. You looking to unwind, friend? Maybe you're on your way to the bar. Maybe you're interested in something a little better than beer or a drink. The name's Auric. I deal in, shall we say, holistic pharmaceutical. I know. Ooh, it came out of the ground. That's where worms live. Why go for that homegrown shit when you could be pumping your body full of effort accelerators? Says it right on the anti... Well, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret, pal. Those pharmaceuticals the corporations manufacture, not all of them are as good for you as the board wants. Alternatives. That's the way to go, pal. Trust me. No matter... Wait. You ain't a sheriff, right? You gotta tell... I'll be honest. I don't really know where that puts us. All right, fine. Yeah, that was me. Birdie's got a temper, but he's not a bad kid, you know? He's trying to work on it. He may or may not buy alternatives from me from time to time. A little diluted mantis or essence here, a little vitamin B negative there. Nah. What Birdie's got is a stress problem. He's stressed out of his mind, the poor guy. Everyone knows his name. Can't turn around without having to sign an autograph. Then you throw in playing tossed ball for a living. Violence like that, it does things to a body. It does things to the head. Come on. Birdie's a damn good hacker, but taking that many blows to the noggin would scramble anyone's upstairs business. I know it's knocked a few of his memory. I worry about him, that's all. Yeah, damn shame about that. Birdie thought the world of Helen. He showed up drunk at my place wanting to talk about the breakup. Helen dumped him, he said. Boy, was he in a bad way. I'd never seen him like that before. We talked for a while, and when he felt better, I sent him back to the hotel. Told him to drink more water and get some sleep.
This port seems real busy. I wonder if they're trying to compete with the Groundbreaker.
Don't think I know you. Yeah. Don't think I don't recognize a slug agent when I see one. Shove off. Sakes alive. I warned him time and time again to take the proper precautions. It's a good thing he's a damn fine pilot, or he'd be too much trouble. Then again, I'm in prison and he's not, so I guess I'm the lead weight this time. You're looking for cargo from our ship, the Rat King. Small package, wrapped in brown paper. It got moved to the shipping yard, but I'm not completely sure where. I'm sure some slugite knows how to find it, or has it listed in a terminal. All else fails, you could just case the joint. Might end up with some extra loot for your troubles.
What the? What was that? No! Don't do this! No! Don't do this!
You're back, I see. Hope the law hasn't caught on to what you're doing. Law meaning authorities, that is, not the forces running the universe. No complications? Grand. The recipient is Joseph Dempsey. He...
Hello. Welcome to Eric. I'm Marketeer Joseph Dempsey. Well, a shipment, you say? The only shipment I'm expecting is 100 pounds of salt, and I certainly don't expect it to be brought by an I learn about secret codes in my off time, for fun. It's never anything that I actually need to use, An independent, huh? Be a big risk letting you into my sanctum. Though if you're telling the truth, I think it'd be more than worth it. All right. Follow me to the... All right. So, as you can see, this actually... Welcome to my black market. Sorry for the frosty reception. Had to make sure you weren't with the con... Regular wares? Sure. Currently waiting on my next black market shipment, so come back in a bit if you want to see... Here's your pay. Good...
Hope the job's coming along well. No sign of the constable, which really makes... Excellent. Let's divvy up the payment 3 ways and we can consider the... Thank the law. Should be just enough to get Cass out of her damn cell. I guess breaking even is better than leaving with your partner in the clink. You might not be Hawthorne, but you can sure resolve a problem like he could. Maybe better.
Inspector, not a moment too soon. Ruth Bellamy was killed by plasma damage to the upper vertebrae, the occipital bone, and the cerebellum. If it's any consolation, her death was instantaneous and painless. I've also discovered a poisonous compound in Miss Bellamy's stomach lining ingested during her last meal. Toxic, but not enough to kill her. Spencer Woolrich complained of a stomach ailment around the same time period. I assumed he was being, Spencer. But now I'm not so sure. Oh, most certainly. Well, possibly they were trying to make her extremely uncomfortable, but I suppose killing her would also satisfy... The thought occurred to me. I tested this hypothesis by vacating the contents of my stomach and testing for the presence of the same toxin. Slightly elevated levels of mercury and an alarming amount of blue food coloring. But other than that, no. I'm certain it wasn't as you... Oh, how curious. I do believe you're right. I wonder if this has something to do with the autopsy process. She was Halcyon Helen up until the moment I brought her to the operating table, but as soon as I cut her open, I stopped thinking of her as Halcyon Helen. It's almost as if she stopped. I had a feeling.
The Grand Colonial Front. How may I be? I'd love to, Inspector, but I... That's a good point. Let me just say...
What floor would... If you see blood...
About time you arrived. I see you haven't dressed the way I asked you to, but I suppose that was expecting too much of an... Expect a complaint to management. Now, unless you'd like to waste more of my time, I suggest we begin. You've fallen right into my trap, Captain. Oh, don't bother to fight back. You cannot hope to stop me from installing philosophism as the system's reigning ideology. I'd give you a stern admonition, but your bluntness... Oh, no, this is curious indeed. Who are... You're here to investigate me? Oh, I assure you, I'm nothing special. Just an old crook with more money than time. That was a quote from The Retiree's Revenge, in which I played an ex-thief turned decrepit old man. But, of course, I'm certain you already recognize... Now, what shall I sign first? Your weapon? Your wallet? Or perhaps... I'd be delighted. Oh, damn. My pen's out of ink. I'll just get you a portrait of my face as a souvenir. I'm sure I have the prints around here somewhere. By the by, how did you get in here? The only non-staff individual cleared to enter guest rooms is supposed to be the inspector for Bellamy's murder. Oh. Hello. Terribly sorry, Inspector. I didn't realize it was you. Understand that I am beyond willing to comply with your search for the You know, now that I look at you, you're the perfect reflection of me. Back when I starred in the Marauder. Ask me anything at all. Certainly. But one quick... How awful. Whoever... I was meditating, of course. That's how I get into character. Respectfully, Inspector. All that. She taught me it for my role in... Needless to say. Actually, I cannot recommend her services enough. Oh, come now, Inspector, what do you take? I'm an old man. I neither have the time nor the willpower to kill people for fun. Besides, Bellamy has been my co-star throughout the autumn of my career. In fact, I cannot name a single role in the last 10 years that did not involve her. Oh, it wasn't. And don't think resenting Bellamy is one thing, but killing her is another completely. It's also beneath me. I suppose that is enough on that grim subject. Indeed. The agonizing bowel pain was most undignifying. While I've certainly had no shortage of inadequate hotel meals, this was most explicitly pronounced. I suspect poison. And who would be most likely to poison me but Chef Anwar? Oh, we've clashed almost non-stop about his slop preparation. He must have tainted my meal in... Very well.
What floor would... Next stop.
Inspector? I'm pleased to hear that. Bertie Holcomb is a valuable asset to the Rizzo. When Helen was murdered, Bertie was nowhere to be found. The timing of it... That's ominous. Ah, Bertie Holcomb. How have you gone and complicated my life? I wasn't aware Bertie was involved in contraband. What kind of dealer are we... Every ranger is contractually obligated to medicate themselves with company-approved stimulants. Are you telling me Black Hole Bertie has been playing clean? Huh, that's impressive. A breach of contract, but impressive. Be plain with me, Inspector. Do you believe Black Hole Bertie killed Helen? Understood. I appreciate your candor. I'd like you to continue your investigation. Notify me as soon as... Ah, you may be right. I'll prepare a writ of arrest. Keeping Bertie in a cell might spare this company a few thousand bits in repair work. If you're through investigating Bertie, I recommend looking into Cedric Kincannon. He's been entirely too comfortable since we began this investigation. I don't trust Cedric when he's comfortable.
What floor would you like to... To the lobby, we...
Yes? Are you here for the double rack of smoked sprat? Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but you'll have to wait. Oh, don't give me that look. Let me see if I can pencil you in for later. Actually, what am I saying? I can't do that. Crime or no crime, I must keep my head on my work. One does not simply become the head chef in all of Eridanos by fretting over irrelevant You're the inspector? Here? Why... I mean, you may ask me whatever you want. I have nothing to hide. Of course I did. I would never allow anyone else to touch the meals of so important a guest. Oh my law, this is the end, isn't it? My mother always warned me that the culinary world was too dangerous. Okay, I wasn't the one who did it, but I might have been mistaken when I said I was constantly watching. Spencer Woolrich and Bellhop Owens were underfoot in the kitchen as I was preparing Helen's meal. Either one of them could have tampered with the food when I was fetching ingredients. I understand your Constable Keene has access to the security footage in her office at the spaceport. If you visit her, you can figure out what Mr. Woolrich often finds the hotel's meals wanting. While I could appreciate someone with a discerning palate for once, I believe that Mr. Woolrich simply enjoys the attention he gets from us. though don't tell him I said it. If you wish to speak with him, Mr. Woolrich can most likely be found in his suite on the VIP guest floor. He's usually there if he's not poking around here. Yes, but not specifically. Owens often Let's not talk about the incident with the... It's always hard to say when Owens might be back. If I were you, I'd make a trek to the reserve myself. Otherwise, who knows how long you'll... Thank you for your understanding, Inspector.
Greetings. Bureaucratic processes are currently suspended. At present, criminal reports do not require paperwork. Please speak. All requests for security footage require a nominal compulsory bribe. Error. Bit processing unit has been removed. Temporarily surpassed delivering footage. Thank you. If you would like a wine recommendation to pair with...
I don't know what to make of Sublight Underground. Or Slug, I guess. I can't...
I'm torn. I despise rudeness toward Eileen, who is entirely invaluable to Slug, and yet I do enjoy this bold, dare I say Now then, here for my out.
Another murder? Drunk Raptidons? Black Hole Birdie practicing his hacking in the middle of the street? Stop me if it's one of those, or I'll... Sounds as though you've already sorted it out yourself.
Slug uniforms do seem to go missing from the hotel laundry with impressive regularity. Easy enough for someone to nick a...
Now ask yourself this. Why would anyone give thugs slug gear and send them after... Right again, Inspector, but I can't fathom who would benefit from tarnishing my reputation like that. Can you?
You said it, not me. So, as you've deduced, I did not send anyone from Slug after you, nor is it likely they assigned themselves that task. Still, I am sorry for the trouble, Inspector.
With that settled, I assume you'll want to know where I was the night of Helen's murder.
Let's see. That night... torturing Elliot Nasser for information on missing cargo. That was a messy one. Didn't break until nearly noon the next day. An excellent question. I had his body dropped off the edge of the land complex. I'm not sure what happened to it from there, scientifically speaking. Maybe it dissolved? Ultimately, though, you'd be a fool to believe me, regardless of what I told you. People lie, and I am. Incriminate. It's as I said. If it helps, however, you might consider pursuing not my means, but why in the name of the architect would I kill Halcyon Helen? She was making me a fool.
I'm considering a line of commemorative merchandise. Still, that's nothing compared to what Helen would have made us in the long run. I'd offer to assist you in your work, but I've a mystery of my own to solve, I'm afraid. Its items are disappearing from Slug's storage and processing warehouse. The thefts began a week before Helen's unfortunate death, and there have been more instances since. Before you ask, I know the difference between cargo going missing and cargo. I'm obliged, though in the spirit of honesty, Regardless, this will be fun. You out in the field. You do recall, Inspector, that I'm not to be trusted? But certainly, whatever you say. You'll want to speak with Ella Tinsley, the warehouse foreman. I've cleared her as a suspect myself, but should she refuse to cooperate, shoot her. No, I'm joking. If she won't cooperate, tell me. And do feel free to search.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. This copy of TK contains 142 fewer pages than a standard copy. The missing pages were likely removed to create sufficient space for the hidden listening device. Transmission receiver look. Inspector, please consider speaking into the device. Ominous threat. Transmission analysis complete.
What's that you found? No, wait, don't tell me. Let's save it for the big reveal.
That's a lot of containers. Is this just a distribution center, or you think they're planning something?
Hi there! Sorry, this area is off limits to Sorry about that, but... Feel free to have a look around, sir.
Hey, you think they keep any spare parts down here? Just wondering.
You're the inspector, aren't you? Boss Kincannon said you'd be by about the cargo that's been going missing. Gosh, this is so neat. A real-life inspector. What's that like? Have you solved any mysteries yet? Ever had to shoot a suspect? Right, of course. Just tell me how I can help. That's the weird part. There's no pattern far as I can tell. The thefts don't make sense. I ask you. Ugh. No one's dumb enough to think. Then there's the most recent. I wish they hadn't stolen the blue pens. Oh, before. Hi. Happy to have everyone here at Freight Storage and Processing, for a start. Thing is, the cargo is going missing before the shipments even get to the warehouse. Best I can figure, it's probably... As for who has access there, Benton Chan, he's the shipping... Could be. Those things'll break if you so much as look at them funny. That's Benton's area. But don't bother asking. Last time I asked him to check the automechs, the hull head told me he couldn't help because he was dead. It won't bother him any if you have a look yourself, though. Hopefully, you're mechanically inclined.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Transmission endpoint discovered. The receiver in this book matches the transmitter to the listening device found. Due to the high level of foot traffic in this area, this unit is unable... Based on the... Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Inspector, this loading automechanical's programming does not match factory default settings. The standard defensive protocol has been modified. There is a directive in place to initiate defensive protocol should an unsanctioned Slug automechanical maintenance records indicate this part. For Type K-19 cargo transport automechanical, once triggered,
Loading automechanical unit K-14 is fully operational at 99% power. Please designate the cargo to be transported and its destination. How can this automechanical assist you? Certainly. Ejecting data log 17C. Alert. Failsafe protocol trigger.
You're mine!
Inspector? Closely, I trust. Tell me what you found. Well, that's just dreadful. Awful. Merciful law. I'll send a box of Spectrum Violets to his next of kin. Are you confident you've finished your investigation? You've questioned... I've been waiting for this. Tell me... I was hoping you wouldn't say that. What makes you sure it... He has always had serious temper issues. Yes, I begin to see your reasoning. Walk me through your reasoning. What happened on the night of the murder? I have trouble believing Bertie acted in cold blood. But then, he never did take rejection well. That's the trouble with Bertie. When his pride is wounded, he responds with anger. Bertie met Helen in the ballroom, and then... plasma burns and blunt force trauma. That is an elegant solution. I suppose I have no choice but to recommend Bertie Holcomb to the Labyrinth for the murder of Hal... Don't be ridiculous. I was a great admirer of Black Hole Bertie. Why would I want to see my company's greatest star locked up in Tartarus? Don't worry. You've done everything I asked for. And more. We're finished here. The Labyrinth is a dreadful place for Black Hole Bertie to end his career. He'll have time to reflect. Wait! Don't move a muscle. Someone's just tripped my alarm. And my security defenses. And killed my patrols! The distillery is under attack. Someone's after me, Inspector. I need you over here right... now, Inspector. Damn it. Someone's interfering with my transmission.
What floor would you like to visit? To the lobby.
Huh?
Look
what
out!
was that?
Ooh, this is heavenly. Think they'll have free samples? Maybe new colors they haven't tested yet. I wonder what a Spectrum Fuchsia would taste like.
Just wanted to make you smile. Trying to infect me with your sorrow?
Catch up to me sooner or later, Inspector. I was just hoping you'd find me standing over the...
What in law's name? Halcyon Helen.
Oh, is that Ludovico I hear? Perfect. I'm so glad he's still in the building. Would you mind letting him know I'm about to blow his whole up? Brace yourself, Inspector. You're about to learn the biggest... Halcyon Helen was never one person. I shared this role with my twin sister, Belinda.
That must have been her sister in the ballroom. I can't imagine what she's going through right now.
Belinda and I were the best kept secret in the business. Nobody could tell us apart. And certainly not a peevish, petty, miserable little worm like Quentin Ludovico. So when I discovered the truth, when I realized what Ludovico was about to unleash on this colony, Belinda picked... So am I. I'm sorry I wasn't there for her. Killing the administrator won't bring her back. But it'll feel good.
I have no regrets. I'd do it again if it means defending Halcyon's future.
Tell the truth, Ludovico. There's nothing safe about Spectrum Brown. You want to infest this entire colony with those
They're not parasites. These creatures are symbiotic life forms. They belong to the highest order of life form, capable of living in perfect harmony with human. The symbiotes evoke a feeling of joy in their host. A bliss so pure, so profound as to render the most exquisite recreational substance obsolete. Oh, don't you see, Inspector? I want to bring joy back to Halcyon. I want this colony to smile again. A host only turns violent if they're carrying too many symbiotes, or if they see you as a threat. In its natural state, the relationship between symbiote and host is... Listen to me. I never wanted to take a life, but I had no choice. I couldn't let anyone destroy this colony's only chance at real... But what about Helen? What about all the innocent people she's killed?
Dr. Leora Blossom was a monster. She deserved to die. She was on Ludovico's side. When she realized I was alive, she refused to stay silent. I gave Maria a chance. I told her about Belinda. I asked for her help, but she turned me down. She was honor-bound to report me to Ludovico. Maria had a duty to her company, and I had a duty to Belinda. We both did what we had to. But in the end, I was the faster... You know what you need to do.
Don't listen to her. Listen to me. Throw in with Helen and you destroy Halcyon's only chance. Think of the future, Inspector.
Wow. I can't believe we're running with Halcyon Helen!
We don't have a lot of time. We need to get out of here.
Not so fast. I've sealed the bulkhead doors. I'm sorry to do this to you, Inspector. Truly I am. If it's any consolation, Helen has brought some remarkably powerful explosives. Goodbye, Inspector. Helen.
Damn it. He sealed us in, but I think I know another way out. Head through that door. There's another way out. Operations, but he's still at large. He's probably gone into hiding, so we're going to root him out. This entire complex has been exposed to those parasites. Law only knows how many they've infected. Most of them won't even know they're carrying a parasite inside of them. If they're showing symptoms, it's probably already too late. Then just like that, parasites bursting out of their bodies. fat and wriggling with vital energy. You're a step ahead of me, Inspector. An airborne pesticide of some kind. I think you may be onto something. Let's meet back at your penthouse. We'll ready our next move. Not here. See you soon, Inspector.
What the? What was that?
What floor? Next up.
It's strange. When you walk through that door, I half expected to see Belinda. Belinda and I practically shared a life. Losing her feels like losing a limb. She's conspicuous by her absence. Thank you, but no. I can't grieve properly while Ludovico's still breathing. So let's see if we can't solve that problem first. We shut down Ludovico's distillation plant, but he's not going to sit idly by. If you can't use Spectrum Brown to infect the colony, he'll resort to some kind of backup plan. I stole this formula from Dr. Blossom, a failed prototype of Spectrum Brown. Look at this. The prototype had the opposite effect, and actually made you immune to the parasites. This is Halcyon. Everyone's already miserable. A little more despair isn't going to make a difference. We're going to need 2 ingredients. A sample of essence of sprat, and 1 intact pod of parasite eggs. Cedric's warehouse in the Perea spaceport almost certainly carries a batch of sprat essence. As for the pod, I'd check the Wilderness Reserve if I were you. I'm glad one of us is an expert. Most of what I know is based on Dr. Blossom's notes. Here's what I understand. Sprats have an adaptive immune system. They don't suffer from the diseases and parasites they carry. It's one reason why you'll see them in every corner of the colony. Dr. Blossom experimented... You're a scientist and an inspector? You really are full... I borrowed a centrifuge from the research lab. I'm glad I could count on your Once you're finished, head to the pilot house. Are you worried I'm gonna shoot you in the back? You're right. Here. You take good... Best of luck. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic, and that worries me. Leora Blossom and Maria Keene were on Ludovico's side. They chose to stand between me. I had to cross them off. Was there any...
What floor would... To the lob...
What the?
Here they come!
I bet...
You're dead!
They brought Raptidons here too. I appreciate the effort to make me feel at home, but you top rungers are fucking stupid.
Great work!
Oh, hell yes. Show me the biggest, baddest wildlife you've got, Eridanos. I'll bring it. Incoming, Captain!
I know this place. It's where they did Free Range Fixer. Captain, what is this place and why is everybody acting so strange? Oh, Law. They ain't...
Time up.
Fruitful and productive welcome, brother. I had a feeling you would visit me. I offer a wide variety of productivity seminars. I hope you'll consider taking one. But I should remember my manners. To what do I owe the pleasure of the special Certainly, certainly. But first, Absolutely not. Any statements by Miss Helen about us were blown out of proportion. Excuse me. I seem to be remembering something that never happened. Whatever the case, I'm sure her speech about us was all. With that said, I'd love to involve you in one of my productivity seminars. We should clear you of all those nasty, nasty humors hampering your potential. Sprat oil? That is. We understand your decision and respect it. But those humors will cling to you. You'll find success with my seminars, or a quarter of your money back. Regardless, I do understand. Is there anything else I can help you? Oh? I'm surprised. I wouldn't think the two of us. We may have had some terse interactions before her death, I did not. She had no interest in my seminars, and I had no interest in attempting to convert a stubborn actress. What? I wouldn't necessarily say that. The media tends to exaggerate. However, I certainly... In fact, I hope you... Welcome. Of course. Indeed, I am. I spent 10 years wandering around Halcyon. I've been to places I bet you've only heard whispers about. Scylla. While it may seem strange initially, this bunker offers a control. As for why this place is no longer in
Did I hear something?
That's how it's done.
Feels good.
That's the last of them.
What thought I saw something?
Just calm down, please.
What?
Halt.
I heard something. Don't mess.
I smelled Sprat in here.
Timeline discrepancy detected near. Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
We're alive.
What floor would you... To the lobby.
What the? What was that?
Incoming!
Something's bumming me out. I can't hear you laughing.
Who's laughing now? Watch out!
What was that? No prisoners! We got an agent down!
Say, weren't you looking for a new hat?
Indeed.
Greeting protocols suspended. All Phaeton is standing by for larval compound dispersal. Affirmative. Dispersing. Incoming message from Rizzo's distillation station.
What have you done? What in law's name have you done? You hijacked our atmosphere. Are you trying to kill us all? No. You're trying to kill my symbiotes. I'm not going to let you destroy everything I've built. I can still fix this. I can undo the damage you've done.
End of transmission.
I say, this pocket watch has someone's initial.
Get ready.
Did I hear
So
something?
you happy? I just want to be your friend. I wanted to make you smile.
Wonder what they were storing down here. Were they getting ready for the launch of Spectrum Brown? This place really could use a deep.
I just want to be your friend. Smile. What's your sorrow? Real fun. I just want to be your I just want to be never felt so damn good in my life. I just wanted to make you smile. I just wanted to make you smile! I'm gonna let no one bring me down! stand by! Trying to accept. I just want to be your friend!
Hey, Captain. Whatever happens, I just want you to know. I've always got your back.
Yes, I know you're hungry. Be patient, I'll feed you. Just a guest, the one I told you about, the inspector. Welcome, we were just talking about. You and I are standing in the presence of royalty. Don't worry, I know what you've done. Hijacked Phaeton. Contaminated the air we breathe with your poise. You think you've saved this colony? All you've done is robbed Halcyon of its last chance at and you've I beg your pardon. I appreciate your optimism. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to feed you to the Queen, and then I'm going to find a way to repair the damage you've done. Don't be afraid. She can smell fear, and it makes her absolutely ravenous. Your Highness! Dinner is served. Wait, no, not me. Damn! Merciful law! Stop!
Don't mess with us.
This machinery cluster is now active. Please exercise caution.
You made it! I guess happy customers really are repeat customers. Here, I had something I wanted to give you. This is a golden ticket. Good for one free tour of the Purpleberry Orchards.
What the?
What was that?
Watch
out! Don't open me!
Welcome back, Captain. Or shall I call you Inspector? During your absence, I passed the time by simulating a number of hypothetical conclusions. Unfortunately, my understanding of the facts is limited, and my appraisal of the individuals involved is not flattering. I have been awaiting closure for the details of your investigation. However, I have a growing library of information about you. Attitude, behavioral tendencies, dietary habits, sleep patterns. Cataloging human behavior is essential to maintaining my simulation protocols. Will you satisfy my curiosity subroutines? Administrator Ludovico killed Halcyon Helen? I have been programmed to simulate contempt and mild surprise. Mr. Ludovico had the audacity to hire you to solve a murder he committed? I am contemptuous and mildly This information is valuable to me. I will update my behavior simulation protocol. How can I request you?
Calm down, please! Not even a scratch!
I am pleased to inform you that we have arrived at the labyrinth. Please be advised that the punishment for trespassing is execution. Please be advised that electrical storms on the surface of Tartarus make departure impossible. Oh, speak of the devil. Captain, I am receiving a transmission from the prison's docking authority now.
Attention, unauthorized spacecraft. This is a maximum security installation. Your presence here is an explicit violation of UDL corporate policy. You are hereby confined to your docking platform until a ticket detailing your crimes has been filed and notarized, at which point your vessel will be seized and you will be executed. I wager it'll take a bit longer than it takes you to lose your patience and storm out of your ship looking to get shot. To be honest, that'd make my job a lot easier. You come out, we shoot you full of holes, and then everyone goes about their day worry-free. Except you. You'll be dead. Huh? Oh, yes, sir. Right away, sir. I just couldn't see you clearly before. Screen's on the fritz. Damn thing. But for the record, now that I hear you, I totally recognize you. Totally. You're, you, of course. obviously. Anyway, Tartarus Docking Authority signing up. Hang on. Another ship just pulled into your dock. Wait, is that from the Groundbreaker? What the? Pay no mind to that, just have a pleasant day.
Transmission terminated. Biometric ID received. Transferring data to external cartridge. How can I be of assistance? I'll be here.
Captain did right by us once. The board will never own Groundbreaker. Not while I breathe. Push on, Margot!
Groundbreaker doesn't need trash like you. Some of the bodies.
System.
Take him down! Taste the freedom, asshole! Pathetic!
Walking into a prison. They lock me up, I'm liable to kill everyone trying to get back out.
This might be the loneliest place in the whole system. Let's look around. There's gotta be a few ways through here.
Sublight has arrived. Hey, kid. A little bird told me you could use our help. I said I owed you one, and I always pay my debts. We're not about to leave our favorite vice president hung out to dry, are we, contractors? Go bust some heads. Tell
Dissident trash!
All right, MSI. I'm not one for rousing speeches, but the captain needs our help. So get in there and fight!
What was... Are you new here? Whoa! Okay. You get tired of patrolling? Let's go rustle.
Well, look who it is. I'll be damned.
I was prepping the studio for our announcement, and here... I had heard you'd taken a mechanic under your wing. What's the matter, girl? Couldn't find it.
The captain's treated me right. Better than any of you bored folk ever have. I'm exactly where I want to be.
Ah, I knew I smelled Monarch when you lot walked in. The stench of sulfur, depression, and desperate bravado.
Keep talking, you'll be smelling iron. Ain't nobody so important I won't put a bullet in him.
When you go off and get yourself shot, try to avoid taking one to the face. I'll want it recognizable to show to my citizens. I'm not in your way, dullard. You talk to me. You want to go die in a blaze of glory? Besides, I don't know what you think you're doing here, but Sophia is doing good work up there with Phineas. Your efforts will be in vain. Yes, he is an extraordinarily obstinate fellow, isn't he? Fine, he isn't working for us per se. Semantics, he'll come around. But that's between us. As
You're not worth the... Waste of company ammo.
I don't see what the fuss is about a blasted lab coat.
This is nice. Calm before the storm and all that.
Whatever comes of this, I'm just real glad to know you all.
Captain, you have an uncanny talent for complicating my life. I don't like being played. When you delivered Wells into my hands, I was operating under the assumption that I'd won your loyalty. You've disrupted the balance of power. You've upset the natural order of things. You've introduced uncertainty, and there is nothing I despise more than uncertainty. I'm afraid I can't do that. You're a gifted warrior, Captain. For all your talents, you are the enemy of Halcyon, and therefore you are... I have no intention of dying on Tartarus, Captain. Not when there's so much work left to do. I admit I miscalculated the extent of your influence. The board's plan never accounted for you. This is a mistake. I have Dr. Wells in my custody. Once I've secured his cooperation, I can move forward with the program. I can repair the damage you've done. I can set things right. Well, that's mostly correct. You're not leaving here. I take no pleasure in this. Leaving you alive is too great a risk. This prison is equipped with an automechanical warden. I've had it programmed to eliminate you on sight and rinse your remains down a drain. And don't worry, I will inform Dr. Wells that you died heroic.
Sister.
You don't know how glad I am to see you. You did the right thing. Akande was a monster. Her death was much deserved, and long overdue. And you lunatic, you broke into the board's own fortress just to rescue one doddering old man. You are absolutely out of your mind, and I can't begin to thank you enough. I know, my friend, I know. And now it's finally over. The board's finished. It's only a matter of time before the entire system slips from their grasp. You've broken the board's stranglehold on this colony, and you saved my life. But there's still so much we have yet to accomplish. You and I are going to have to work harder than ever to save Halcyon. I'm afraid the situation is far worse than any of us ever anticipated. Theatrics, merciful law, I wish Earth has gone dark. We haven't received a single message in 3 years. There's been no communication. 2 years ago, the Earth's Directorate's frigate disappeared on their way back to Earth. We don't know what they discovered when they arrived, or if they arrived at all.
So we've got to make do on our own. Seems to me that'll make us stronger in the end anyhow.
You're quite right. We've got no choice but to make do on our own.
You mean we're all alone out here?
I'm afraid so, Miss Holcomb. Halcyon is the only home we have left. Returning to Earth is no longer an option. We're in serious trouble, my friend. Do you know what this means for Halcyon? We can't rely on Earth for support anymore. We've been cut loose. We're entirely... Yes, we do. You've done a marvelous thing. You've succeeded where anyone else would have failed, including me. We must begin the revival process immediately, starting with the Hope's brightest minds, and then we're going to fix this damn cop. We're going to need a leader, and I can't imagine a better person for the job than you. You won't hear a word of disagreement from... You're the best thing to ever happen to Halcyon. If you want to take it upon yourself to lead this colony, you have my... We're not a colony any longer, are we? Our last connection to Earth has been severed, and so we have been set... Our future is uncertain, and no one knows what tomorrow holds. Exciting.
The OSI teaches that everything in the universe happens according to the grand plan. But the stranger that arrived in Halcyon was an unplanned variable. From the moment he landed in Emerald Vale, his actions altered the course of history. The events on Tartarus brought about the end of the board's authority. But the board's mistakes would haunt the colony for decades to come. The damage they left behind would require the work of a generation to repair. Dr. Phineas Wells began reviving a handful of the Hope's colonists. Engineers, scientists, technicians, and intellectuals. They were among the brightest minds the Earth had ever sent out into the stars. The Hope scientists and engineers woke up in a colony descending headlong into total collapse. With no way to return to Earth, they had no choice but to band together and devote themselves to the cause of saving Halcyon. The people of Halcyon were nothing if not hardy. In the absence of the board's authority, many of the colony's settlements banded together with a single purpose in mind: survival. Life was especially hard in the years to come. Some towns dissolved by attrition and starvation, but most of them found a way to carry on. In the years to come, Halcyon was forced to reckon with its newfound freedom. The board was gone, and for better or worse, the colony was responsible for its own destiny. Sanjar's civil liberties and worker-centric policies were slow to catch on with the other corporations. But as Halcyon began its long, arduous journey toward recovery, many of Terra 2's smaller townships started adopting MSI's alternative corporate structure. and eventually became entirely self-sufficient. In the coming years, many of these townships managed to eke by, where otherwise they might have starved. Bolstered by her status as savior of humanity, Lilia Hagen ushered sublight salvage to a new golden age. Her company grew bolder and more transparent over time, muddying the line between lawful and criminal for the entire colony. The Sublight family would thrive for years to come. Adelaide McDevitt replaced Reed Thompson as the leader of Edgewater. She and her followers transformed Edgewater in their image. Anyone loyal to Reed was pressured into leaving town, and those who stayed behind adapted to her way of life. Adelaide transformed the old cannery into a new garden. The nearby Edgewater Cemetery provided a convenient source of fertilizer. It was said that the first corpse that fed her garden belonged to Reed Thompson. Under the leadership of Junlei Tennyson, the groundbreaker held firm against corporate influence. The ship's mechanical stability gave Junlei the time to educate a promising generation of engineers, schooled in her family's traditions. The future of the groundbreaker looks promising. The rediscovery of the Hope and the abandonment of the lifetime employment program forced Byzantium to come to terms with some uncomfortable realities about the state of Halcyon. While Byzantines were reluctant to surrender the luxuries they'd grown accustomed to, the board's diminished authority gave them little choice in the matter. Nearly everyone had to learn to make do with less. Some even had to get jobs. It was a dark time indeed. Even the Gorgon asteroid, though a distant enigma to most of Halcyon, felt the aftershocks of your actions. The destroyed Adrenatine synthesizer became a symbol of the board's cruelty, and a rallying point for Wells and his scientists as they sought to build a more humane, ethical Halcyon. They cleared the dead from Gorgon's laboratories and repurposed them to aid in the crucial work of solving the colony's nutrition crisis. Gorgon, which had once sown death and destruction across Halcyon, became a source of hope and renewal. The Gorgon Project's final explosive end was bittersweet for Olivia Ambrose. She wandered the colony's fringes alone, searching for others like her who despised the board and meant to destroy them. In time, she found Phineas Wells and his cadre of scientists, and she joined them in their efforts to save Halcyon. For a while, she even knew an uneasy peace. But for all that, Olivia found purpose in Wells' project. She was always haunted by the memory of her daughter, Minnie, who hadn't lived to see the better world they were building. She never did forgive herself for the horror her work had wrought on Halcyon, but she remembered fondly the daring captain who'd put an end to it at last. In spite of everything, the Gorgon asteroid remained a sobering reminder of the potential for progress and disaster in humanity's most ambitious efforts. The Rizzo's company in Halcyon dissolved after the collapse of the board. Needless to say, the launch of Spectrum Brown was indefinitely delayed. A stockpile of Spectrum Brown remains buried deep beneath the ruins of the old distillery, abandoned to time and attrition. As the board began to disintegrate, Spencer Woolrich found himself at a crossroads. Cling to what little stardom remained to him, or help usher Halcyon into its new future. To the surprise of many, perhaps himself most of all, Spencer chose the latter option. Having learned a variety of different skills in the many different roles played throughout his lengthy career, Spencer founded a radio serial dedicated to staying alive despite the odds. His subjects included how to survive violent encounters with only grazing wounds, dispense pithy one-liners for tense scenarios, and, of course, how to look good doing both. After a brief attempt at dating Helen as one person rather than two, which both Bertie and Helen found too strange, Bertie struck out on his own to try his hand at raising woolly cows. Many of his former Rangers teammates soon followed, accompanied by the woolly cow the team had originally plied with alcohol. The dairy farm thrived under Bertie's leadership and care. The Dairy Rangers privately believed that the woolly cows softened Bertie's temper considerably, although the only one brave enough to say this to his face was promptly headbutted. Due to the board's dissolution, many of the Prophet's old customers no longer found quite the same value in productivity seminars that they once had. With her business drying up, the Prophet chose to take her followers down a new path. Months later, salvagers on Eridanos found clues leading them to a seemingly abandoned bunker out in the wilderness. Inside, they discovered horribly mangled corpses, sacrificed to a blood-scrawled portrait of a sprat-headed deity. The Prophet was not among the bodies. Your influence shifted Ellie's perspective. She finally admitted, albeit grudgingly, that she just might need other people. Sometimes. With a steady income from the life insurance payouts, she was finally able to afford a ship of her own. She hired a small crew and flew supply missions to communities on the fringe. Some of them were even legal. Life in Halcyon was sobering for Felix Millstone. The grand revolution he dreamed of never came. There was no great awakening for the colony, no celebrations in the streets. There was only the hard, desperate work of trying to repair a broken colony. Felix never had a head for numbers, but if there was labor to be done, he was there to help. Eventually, Felix realized that the work of a revolution was done with two hands. After all he'd seen and heard adventuring with you, the vicar Maximilian de Soto renounced his faith and joined the effort to rebuild the colony. Ironically, he finally found the joy that had eluded him over the course of his life, and realized that perhaps he was always meant to be just a simple laborer after all. He quickly dismissed the idea. Though Parvati eventually grew comfortable aboard the Unreliable, she never quite came out of her shell. She seemed to prefer the company of Ada to the crew, and she could often be found neck-deep in cables and grease, telling Ada funny stories from her childhood. While the colony fell into chaos, she found an island of relative peace with Ada, and they formed an unusual bond. She decided to remain aboard the Unreliable permanently, as its chief and sole engineer. Nyoka returned to Monarch to take another crack at making a permanent life for herself. She formed the Charon Group, an MSI subsidiary of ragtag survivalists and wilderness experts. Anyone in need of a guide, or just looking to throw back a beer and swap stories, could find her camping on the trail or clearing an infestation. The SAM unit that accompanied you spread awareness of the product line's superior sanitation and maintenance capabilities across what was left of the colony. This led to a boost in SAM unit sales. Did you know that SAM units are the longest-lasting, toughest-acting cleaning solution in Halcyon? Minister Clark was released from house arrest, and his contact with you gave him a sense of renewed purpose and vigor. Once it became clear that no help would be coming from Earth, he threw his considerable efforts and talents into helping Halcyon manage the crisis before it. As for Dr. Phineas Wells, he spent his remaining years in his orbital lab. He eventually came to terms with his own past, and was able to forgive the mistakes of his younger self by devoting his remaining years to serving the colony. Dr. Wells was able to revive many more scientists and engineers than he first expected, thanks to the additional batch of chemicals you stole from the Ministry. Wells never forgot about the human lives that were lost in acquiring these chemicals. In the end, Dr. Wells was able to save every scientist and engineer aboard the Hope. Over the next decade, nearly all of the Hope's remaining colonists were successfully revived. Halcyon saw a period of rapid technological and scientific advancement. Breakthroughs in dietary supplements saved the colony from starvation. Geoengineering projects and social reforms began to change the structure and character of the colony. Dr. Wells laid the groundwork for the project to save the colony, but he would never live to see the fruits of his labor. He passed away a few years later. His work was carried on by the scientists and engineers he revived. Today, Halcyon has stabilized. The people of the colony work hard to adapt to their new circumstances. Nearby colonies send aid and supplies. Life will never be easy in Halcyon, but for the first time in its history, there exists a sense of real, genuine hope about the future. And what about you, the unplanned variable in the history of Halcyon? You brought an end to the chaos on Tartarus and proved yourself the most capable leader left in the colony. You administered the colony in your own image. With the old power of the board destroyed, a new government of Halcyon rose with you at its center. With your steady hand, you guided Halcyon through the turbulent years that were to follow, and helped ensure the survival of the colony until the end of your days. No one knows what's happened to Earth, and no one knows what the future has in store for Halcyon. All we know for certain is this: the name of the Unreliable and that of its intrepid captain will remain the subject of countless stories for years to come.